Okay, we are live. So thanks for coming, everyone. I'm sorry that there was a bit of longer break for myself. The Thursdays turned out to be, for my own schedule, then not working as good anymore, and I was glad that Slaying Beast even took over once in between, he told me, and people appreciated it. And so, yeah, um, now I'm looking forward to this live session, and I hope you understand. And as usual, if you have any questions, post them in the chat. Let me know. Just raise your hands and chime in um, whenever you feel like. And yeah, just interrupt me uh, just in case or whatever. You know, just, yeah, very easy and informal. But usually, if you have questions right away, then we start with those. Then I would go over to the questions from the question board. And other than that, keep it as like agile and flexible in between. If there are random opinions to talk about, I guess everybody wants to know where we go and do we get a pump? Do we get a dump? That's the question everybody has every day. So you're not alone. And we will also check on opinions about this and how to better conclude of what's more likely or what not, then also later. But yeah, first things first. So let's say feel free to shoot questions and yeah. Hey Blue, if you have time, can you go over how you do the RSI divergence? I've been trying to use it and have found it useful, but want to make sure I'm doing it right. Would you like to speak up also and tell me what you do, and then I can tell you what is right and what I would improve, or don't you feel like speaking up, Kev? Perfectly fine. You don't need to sweat over it, but everybody's different, so I'm just asking. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and while we wait in between, uh, ESP element, Zcash, man, it has its own nature. I tried it every now and then when it was a bit more obvious, but you know, this psycho run from 0 to hero. Um, I try to trade the range that are in front of me also, including liquidity, especially because it's very liquidity hungry. But you've seen it go down, the market go down massively, and then it keeps running and running and running. And personally, I'm not a great fan of assets that behave abnormal unless I'm on top of them every day. And since I wasn't actively trading the last days, I would personally not take a trade unless, again, it's super obvious, like a mega dump into the liquidity or a mega pump into the other liquidity. I mean, I do see some averages. It's hanging around now. Just it has basically support resistance flipped the upper range from above. Let me know, Kev, when you're ready. Otherwise, I would just talk a bit and then you can then we just follow up with your question. Uh, someone started an activity. Okay, I can't seem to get this thing activated, but I can write it out. Okay, yeah, fine. Then write it, and I just go over the Zcash thing for a second. to fill that gap. So let me share my screen. Chip. Pop that down. Exit out. Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's like even on a basic principle, it's basically like just in a very simple support resistance flip here, right? This was most likely, in my opinion, also the top, double top. And now it's like support resistance flip over here. And if it cannot find a footing on this level here, which it first did, and it sure can do like a double bottom and then bounce higher, but it's also like super dependent on the whole market. And you can see it again now. Zcash is like going up ever so slightly, even so slightly, while everything is fucking over. And I'm not very appreciative of trading something that does its own thing all the time, because then it, yeah, simply more unpredictable. When I guess there were a couple of days here where honestly I tried to long it at was like 400 and layered a bit down to 380, and then it just fell through the whole thing at 300, and then exited on a bounce here. But I remember that was also when the market generally was going up, and this is then adding like extra fuckery because you're like, okay, Bitcoin and everything goes up. Why would Zcash that keeps being strong then massively dump? Yeah, that can lose you money. So yeah, unless there's like more obvious things going on, like maybe longing this here again, maybe this break level, or trying to short a short sweep here in this area at like 480s, 500s maybe as a psychological level. Unless one of those extremes hit, then I'm personally not as much interested. We can check the liquidity map on this super cool tool I brought to the community. Change stream. Click clack. So this is trading different. We have like high precision. High precision liquidity maps. And it also has Zcash. So let's check it out. Because why not? Okay. Usually never lags out. Somehow it selected Ondo. I'm sure I didn't click Ondo. Okay. Nice. So that website never failed. And now that we're streaming, it fails. Good. So no tracking on Zcash. One more try. Okay. I don't know why it's like changing to some random thing here. Yeah, okay, whatever. So yeah, unless there's like a more obvious liquidity dip, you can try to long out of it or short out of it, either direction. But like this is like the middle of the range. So you, again, kind of guessing. I mean, it's some form of support resistance flip here, you know. If we take this as a high, then it's just deciding for this whole range to say goodbye and then to go down. But yeah, that can also change because the thing has its own schedule. I feel like it's a big money rotation also going on there between other assets and then Zcash and then Zcash and other assets again, because they try to squeeze as much out of the market as they can, and they have all the narrative here, which makes it on top more unpredictable. but at the moment it looks like it rather wants to close below, even with the upside, but still wants to close below that range again, and yeah, reinforce that support resistance flip. We would need like a distribution candle also to hard close this break level. But either way, it can change in both directions. So 50% range trades, whenever I do them, I usually regret it because you are literally guessing, will it go up to the range, to the upper range bound, or will it go down to the bottom side of the range? But if you trade like this or this, then your chance for a reversal is much closer, because if it goes like here, it may fail before and you can try to front run it and say, okay, it won't even hit it. And same here, maybe it goes down and you say, okay, I long a bit earlier or layer in, do some layers, check, and then wait for it. And then you are very close, at least, to what's most likely going to be the bounce, rather than now in the middle guessing, will it do this or will it do that? And then do just this, might be profitable in the end, but you also might be just waiting a long time before it comes true. Oh, you don't, shit. Sorry, I didn't change the screen again, so you didn't see what I did on Trading View. Okay, so let me repeat that. Just black screen. Yeah, you wrote it. I had the chat closed. Sorry, guys, sorry. Okay, one more time. You see kind of the range here. It's right in the middle. We even have the break level here, one break level from the upper part of the range. And it's kind of now trying to lose it, but it's not a distribution candle. It's an accumulation candle. And you're sitting in like 50% of the whole thing. How do we get 50%? Yeah, no, not really, but you can see it. It's kind of in the middle between the top and the low, whatever. So now you're guessing, will it go up to the upper part of the range and fail maybe a bit before where you can start a short? And if it does a short sweep, layer in, and then you're very close to a most likely initial rejection and have some form of safety of getting out in profit anyways. Or you're guessing now, will it go down to support? And then you can either wait for the absolute low, or since they more often than not get front run, you start to layer in and front run it a bit. And then you are very close to the most likely bounce to do then this. But now all you got is like the guess. Most likely, personally, I would guess it goes down, but can be perfectly wrong just by how this looks, of how they do some very natural support resistance flip, support, 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 support again. Get a bit through it, now close finally below it, and now do like the actual support resistance flip of all these lows. So if I had to guess, I would probably be more leaning to the downside here. But it's only true when things close, then it can perfectly go back up, and then you have an accumulation candle reclaiming this break level, and then you're still kind of only in 50% of this whole range. So you're still only guessing, will it do this, will it do that, and then bounce, or worst case, go even down further. And same here, will it do the rejection here, or will it go down up higher before it does this? So yeah, middle of ranges trades are usually sucky, and I regret them if I do them, if I don't have like great conviction why it goes one way or the other. Like if we draw out the whole chart now, you might find a better idea of why it would go one way or the other. I mean, I can do this, have the daily trend here, and I already see like, it would hard close it. Does that mean it goes up from here, or does that mean it's still trying to squeeze between the break level and the trend line? And after all, when it closes like this, it would only move the trend and then establish a less deeper downtrend to then fail. So again, trading like the middle of the larger range is not the greatest. So I'm more biased down, but I would technically not do it myself because I don't, yeah, it's like medium risk or if not even high risk. You can scalp it maybe if you find liquidity and the tool I was trying to show you, but CoinGlass is also for the most part is okay. Not super accurate after I've seen the paid tool. Now working with it a lot. And yeah, so that's Zcash. And yeah, eventually all this narrative will fizzle away and it will just fuck over. I don't know how deep. Maybe there's some truth to the narrative. I was already surprised of how long they squeeze it out, but I think we gotta understand that they also spent 3 years, yeah, a bit more than 3 years of accumulation. Then they waited for the narrative to come and then they said, okay, fuck it, now send it. Boom. So we can distribute finally what we accumulated for 3 years, and if they can hold that up and reestablish some of this bullshit, I don't know, go back down here. It's already pretty deep, right? When you go from 700 back down to 170, that's your typical altcoin go down 80%. And then it's not even the worst, to be fair. And then establish anything and reignite the narrative and then pump it up again to distribute longer, because that's like 3 years of accumulation. That needs some time to distribute, I'm not sure if this was enough. And how does it work? Because usually that's also like a question that many people have. How does this work? Because, I mean, if they bring the price up, they are also buying the asset. They at least have to jumpstart it, and kickstart it and keep the pressure up until FOMO kicks in of retail and more crypto Twitter talks come off and say, yeah, Zcash is the new Bitcoin. And then eventually people start buying. They didn't buy here, or most didn't. They started buying here and here and here and all of this because that's exit liquidity. So how this works, if you have the money and to accumulate something for 3 years and then do this, you have a lot of money. That's like, yeah, lifetime goal maybe, but you have a lot of money to do this. So how it works is actually pretty simple. If you hear it once, if you didn't know already anyways, thinking through this, but I say it anyways. So let's say you want to do this on any asset. You have a big pile of money to do it. So what do? You buy assets and accumulate them all around here. So your average entry is like, I don't know, what do we have here? Like a realistic range between 20 and 40. So obviously you cannot press buy in one hit because then the chart would have done this. So you accumulate. So you have your limit orders, you push the price a bit up every now and then you let it fall into your limit orders again and you accumulate silently while everybody says, yeah, it's dead, it's dead. Push it up a bit, maybe take some profits, and over time, if you're that person or entity or conglomerate of people, I guess it's even more likely that it's more people that did that rather than one person. So let's pretend you start here and you build a position of 1 million Zcash, and then eventually you get to like 5 million, and then 10 million, and 20, and then 30. Just making up numbers here just for the sake of the example of how to build a position over time if you have big money and you have to build a position like literally. And then, I don't know, you're eventually at 50 million, 100 million. It's probably bigger. And I don't know. And then eventually you said, yeah, okay, it's enough. I have 200 million as a position. And now somebody prints a narrative, what you were waiting for, and everybody's getting super horny about it. Then you just hit the buy, you know. You don't have the limit orders for your sellings to in and out and get some profits out and build the position over time. They just hit the buy, put all the sell orders away, and just absolutely send it. And then add like 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million, blah, 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 etc., etc. And it keeps going up and just nuking higher and higher. But since they have a position of like 2 million, again, for the sake of the example, not number accurate right now, just as a principle how it works, your average doesn't change. If you add like 1 million to 200 million, then I don't know, let's say your average, the average was, let's say here. If you add 1 million to 200 million, then what happens? Yeah, like nothing. It moves maybe to here. And then you add a million again, then it moves to here and here and here and here. And obviously, as higher the price goes, the faster it will add to your average if you keep adding that million, but also not a whole lot. If it keeps going to this and this and this, they keep buying and buying and buying and pumping it up, then they are still far in profit, you know. But that's generally how it works. So, and that's exactly the same with shorting. Now that I talk about it, let's go to Bitcoin also. That's the same with shorting, you know. They had like 3.5, 4 months to build shorts here. And then everybody's wondering, yeah, but how can they get away with it? How can they dump the price so hard? How is it possible? Yeah, you know, they had, not only did they have time to sell their spot Bitcoin, they also started accumulating shorts all the way. I don't know exactly when. We could probably check on it in detail, but let's say the obvious part is here, pump it up one last time and then start accumulating shorts, and it grows again, like let's say to the same numbers, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, blah, 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 until, but with Bitcoin, we probably talk about billions rather than millions, but whatever. And it grows. Let's say it reaches, again, 500 million or whatever at the end. And then they hammer. Then they put all the limit orders for buying away. They say, hey, there's a hack, there's a Oracle feeding issue, and oh my God, the world is ending. People are scared. Then they hammer the sell. Then again, they say a million, a million, a million, a million. But it doesn't change like shit because the average is, I don't know, let's say here. So if they keep adding a million, then all the average does is like this. And they sit comfortably in their giant position in huge profit while they keep hammering everything down on every little hope pump there is. And there are certainly much more nuances to it and on how they optimize it, like taking some profits here, adding it back, taking some profit. Sure, they're super smart. They drive the price, and that's where then retail follows late and adds to the fuel. So, yeah, long rambling about the Zcash question, but I wanted to talk about it anyways. At some prior points of how this nuking up works and nuking down, and generally that it is simply how it works. You know, if they sold enough or build enough shorts, they'll nuke it down accordingly, and if they bought enough, yeah, then they will pump it up accordingly. And this will print candles, and we can draw trend lines, break levels, and horizontals, and origins, and hold levels from those candles. Since still overall most of the trading is done by algos, and yeah, it's even though there's a lot of manipulation, the manipulation even follows a system, and even when they manipulate the price, or I don't want to sound as much like Mahdi, but it's not like super realistic that retail was selling the top and hammering this. It's more likely that those people with those big shorts finished spot distribution, like reported for many weeks when all this happened. I don't know, I wrote almost daily about it, how mega whales are unloading, and then we get one CZ tweet for last nuke up, and then they jumped on it and said, yeah, let's eat some shorts at least and take them ourselves as a position before we really nuke it as an all-time high deviation. But it's not retail who is doing this, not at all. So is that manipulation, or is that just fair free market of who has bigger money? Call it what you want. What matters is if it's manipulation or just market participants, whatever, they print candles with their actions, with their money on the market that's visible in front of us. So also kind of doesn't matter is it manipulation or not, or what is the name of this. What matters is the candles they print and the signals they print, and that we can trade. So okay, did Kev write his thing out? Or any follow-up question to this before I just skip? Like I said, nothing. Okay. Kev is writing something again. Wait a second. Still about the RSI evidence. Okay, let me quickly read through this. So basically I have my RSI at the bottom and the normal chart at the top. I choose the same exact time frame, and for the normal chart I draw a line from distribution wick to distribution wick, and for the RSI I draw a line from the bottom. Okay, so I guess the idea initially sounds good. Let's check the image because that tells more than 1,000 words. Okay, I see. So I get what you're trying, but it's not as much as how I use it. So usually you can draw a trend line like this on the RSI, to be fair. It's okay, but it doesn't tell you a whole lot at this stage. You would rather try for support to draw it from really the lower ends of the RSI. So if I go to my chart, so if let me put on the stream again, so that it is on the recording. So fresh chart here. So what you basically did is like kind of this, just as an example. You can do this, but it's like depends if it gives you value, What you rather would like to do is try to find the lower parts of where the chart agrees the most. It's like a voting machine on RSI to tell you the trend, because you can draw like anything. I mean, even this is a trend. Oh, this is a trend. So it takes a bit of exercise to see what is the trend of either higher time frame stuff or like the recent stuff, and then also understand to understand when it got invalidated. More likely for this period here, for this chart, this is, for example, a valid trend. Again, it's like a voting machine, and this trend line got respected the most. If I go, for example, for this one here, yeah, it was kind of valid until here. Then it got broken, and eventually when you see like the price start to completely ignore it, that's then also when it starts to get not like super valid. Here we got one more reaction, but if I draw it further out, you just have like volatile ignorance of this trend, so you know it got kinda invalidated. But the more exercise, the better, you know. What I don't usually do is trying to, like what you did inversely would be like from this peak here, then try to do like this, like some matching here. No, not really. When I'm looking for the peaks, I'm at least trying to find an actual high. And then I can definitely be more flexible. I mean, this is like super obvious, 3 taps, ping, ping, ping. Also one reason to call tops here for Bitcoin. Not even that hard if you get a bit used to RSI divergence. Or at least like super likely that that's a top and going into a short here, which I did. Didn't say I'm shorting to 80K, nor did I see coming a 25K dip, but shorting here was super obvious, and that's what I did. So, but what you can do if you have like a high, like this is obvious, and then you can, if we pretend for a second that this wasn't here, and you can go initially like this, you know, connecting your obviously respected highs, and while it's printing, you start obviously like this, right? But then you have one high, then a second high, and that creates a trend. So it's very likely that the third tap will respect this trend, or at least it's a short in some form. And if you check the price, it was exactly here. You wouldn't have gotten so much out of it, but it's in the end 8K. It's not too bad, right? Before it then fell out for the strengths. And then eventually it turns kind of into support after claiming it with this bounce here, but you know, it's so steep, it's like a less quality trend. Same like this one here. If I go over to this one, if I, you know, I have this high and then another high, it's like so steep. The likelihood of this breaking out eventually is like infinite. It can happen like literally any time. So what you really want to look for is trend lines. I don't know if I can tell you an exact angle. It's again more like an exercise thing. This one is more valid, but it's already like super steep. It's easy to break out of this eventually. And yeah, this here, for example, same. If I've seen this, if I would have drawn this out, you can see the steepness of this line. It's almost turns vertical. And if I had this peak and then see this peak to draw out the trend line, I would have not shorted this here because breaking out of this is like, it's almost like a no-brainer. But on the other hand, if you take this high and this high, you can even draw it through humps that go through it to see what might happen on like lower swings in between. And as you can already feel, it will match this high also perfectly. So if you get confluence of S to Y, a head and shoulder might even form here. because that's totally valid on RSI, same as inverse head and shoulder. I don't like them as much on price, but on the oscillating indicators, you can perfectly have it like here. You see this. And yes, I know what you're thinking. So I delete this. And inverse, same here. Zack, zack. You have those on RSI also. But nonetheless, after you got this trend, and I know it nuked above and then below, so you might think, okay, it's not super relevant anymore. But if it's like the absolute peaks and not some random thing in between, like let's say here, like this, then I'm tempted to rather hold on to them and see if I can get a short out of this. Because if they align with price-wise, break levels, support resistance flips, and whatnot, where have you been? Yeah, see, I actually even shorted this now that we're looking at this price-wise. So I entered at like 130,000 here. And then layered in a bit more and waited for 117, as far as I remember, for the short squeeze. Didn't get my last fill, but I was already in position and then just waited, simply foreseeing the RSI approaching this trend line and not thinking that we are back into the bull and we have the break levels coming all the way from here, like, or simply said, the prior high. And I didn't see us really being like, okay, we have a massive market shock. Everybody's super scared. Some people even committed suicide, which was super depressing. But nonetheless, a lot of my people lost a lot of money, and I didn't at all think that, we fuck around a bit and then just go like this or whatever, do like this. So the likelihood of this context from this trend coming here being an easy short was given again. And it's arguably not as much as a quality trend if you keep drawing of it. It gone a bit through, it gone below, gone a bit above, etc. So it's more likely that there's something else at play. As to why this is not really respected anymore. I mean, it got a tiny rejection here after falling through it, but I'm not sure if that helped you anything in between. So I don't know if that answers your question. Thanks for clarifying that. It did. Okay. Cool. If not, feel free to keep shooting. It certainly needs some exercise. But what I like to repeat, I mean, I did a whole session for RSI divergence. So check out the events channel when I started adding bullet points. There should be one. I don't recollect the stream number out of my head, but it's probably 14 or 15 where I talked about it. So what I usually like to do is combining different time frames, and that's then also where you get like the best trades after all. So let me show you just quickly. And you can just see, I know it's a lot of lines, but from all the break levels stacked, even only from this range and this range before, it's just truly amazing how price actually then simply cannot go through this, which is like really adding a lot of value to have learned and discovered all this stuff. But on my RSI game, yes, I have a lot of lines. Maybe I have a counterintuitive example to why I did this here. It was a bit more in the middle and not from the super lows. But again, that's also like part of trying to find answers or get confluence on certain price points, as So when I think, okay, can there here be a bounce in the middle of nowhere? Because it was like this. And going back to, you always need to know what, you always want to make a guess of what is going to happen next and not just come back in hindsight and then be like, yeah, okay, it was obviously like this and that. Oops, okay, this was too fast. Let's try again. Replay tool, Schnick. So what I was trying here, I was seeing this major trend not only did close below so slightly on that weekend and then fall, but also lose another major trend here that is coming all the way from above. So that's why I say I sometimes like to keep them. Here it wasn't relevant, but RSI can have fake outs. So again, that's where you learn. But it got reconfirmed here. So losing this was a major problem to price. But I wanted to know, is there anything that I'm not seeing from my available lines that would justify a bounce in confluence with the framework of usual trends of cycling through hours and dailies and weekly and whatnot. So orange lines are like 4 hour, blue lines are daily, red line is weekly. Then you have the break levels, obviously. And then I was like, okay, I have the break levels here, but my RSI is falling out and I have the range, I have the trend here. So that's kind of a conflicting signal. So I was then thinking, okay, maybe I don't have the full picture here, and checked on the peaks and yeah, on the little valleys and everything. And then I recognized, okay, it looks like we have a trend here on like these minor blips, and that's then also why I found like, okay, yeah, sure, I can connect any two and make any trend, but the relevant part comes with the third check to see, okay, now I have a trend, and here I have a trend confirmation that for price it is relevant. And then I can draw it out here and say, okay, I have the break levels, I have the trend, and now I even have a reason on the daily RSI to confirm even more that a bounce here is likely. So that's a bit of the, call it art behind it. I don't think I will hold that for too long. It was like a bit of extra added confluence. It explained probably why it initially bounced here, because as you can see, this trend line did only exist because it created this bounce. So this bounce came from these two creating this. And then afterwards I get this trend. And after it got lost here, and it was like super obvious, okay, yeah, we lost the uptrend again, the major uptrend, and it's most likely coming more down. So we have the daily here. Do I even use a weekly on this? No. Here's the weekly. Yeah, I mean, it's just dead. Basically, it lost like the whole bull run range. That's not new. I wrote about this many times, but at least I have the 4 hour on the same chart. Whoops. So if you didn't know, I also learned that eventually from Eclipse Nova, because he or she, I'm sorry, did find out that you have this visibility tab that might be of value for you, for your chart organization, because you can tick on here on which time frame is selected here of what you where you want to show that line. Doesn't matter if it's the upper frame, the lower frame. It's just whatever you see on all your frames is filtered by this selected time frame here, according to what you check and set on in this tab per each line. So as you can see, the feed is the same. I have all these lines, and since I added something that I didn't Yeah, didn't filter out. I had this weird one, but this is my 4-hour setup. If I go to 6-hour now, I will see nothing because all of these lines were filtered on the 4-hour. And if I go to the daily now, then I have all the lines you've seen before, because when I go to the visibility tab, then I checked days, set 1 for the values, which is basically like 1D, and those lines will not show up anywhere other than the 1-day time frame. So as you can see, I mean, I could add the weekly here, but there's not a whole lot of value in the weekly on this chart, and I'm not trading the weekly usually. I'm just taking market direction opinions on the weekly and monthly more than anything, other than if we would have touched this like super obvious massive resistance at 44.55 or slightly above, then that's something I would trade. So yeah, I'm not sure if the chart organization, that thing was a bit too quick. Hi Eclipse Nova. Yeah, just talking about your visibility tab finding and chart organization with lines. So yeah, as you can see already, we have 4-hour trend here on Bitcoin, and it's finding support at like 3 different major trends. So is a bounce likely? Yeah, it looks like. Also hits like a normal trend. It's coming all the way from here. I wonder why I did draw it. My God, I'm still in the replay tool. It's like, what the fuck? Okay, that's reality. The other one was simulation. Sorry. I did get the bounce in the end. So good to know that all of these things are true. Like meeting like a how you say that? Like a congested area for trendline supports and meet like 4-hour support on RSI. Yeah, that's your bounce, you know. Second bounce then questionable, especially it landed under the 4-hour trend. But happened anyways, even though it was a fake out only for half a day, to dump even worse today. So, okay, let me check on the questions in the chat while I get some water. Blue, can you go over Tesla outlook if time permits? Yeah, sure. I mean, I wrote a couple of times about Tesla in the stocks chat. I'm not like super bullish on what others see. Yeah, it's a breakout, but it's like also the perfect recipe for simple all-time high deviation. I mean, this is my chart for over a year now. I mean, I sold all stocks in exactly December 2024, which was then here. So some say, yeah, you sold too early. I say, yeah, you're sitting on no gains for a year if you didn't sell and rebuy and then sell again. So, but that was just a personal decision for a good exit on Powell saying there will be no liquidity and rate cuts and blah, blah, blah. With Trump coming to president, me thinking that it will too much chaos for the market, and then that's what happened. So either way, chart didn't ever really change. I'm still sticking to the get the fuck out of label here, and I mean it. there is also like confirmation in the charts, or like not confirmation, confluence. The confirmation comes in later after it happened, but you have like confluence on the weekly. Last time it rejected here, it was like a multi-year weekly. Wait a second, is that a daily trend? I'm sorry. That looks a bit weird. Oh, no, okay, it didn't load. Okay, yeah, fair enough. So, can it go through this local trend and nuke to the macro global trend? Yeah, it can. Is it likely? That's another question. You already like lose momentum for the third time into your prior all-time high, while we know, and I can show you that after, we have all the liquidity between 500 and 540. We have those VWAP bands, which, as you can see, even if you didn't use any other TA, they predicted like all tops, and it were like absolutely awesome sells. And eventually I figured out how to configure them 1.5 years ago, especially for Tesla, to give like really good, yeah, takes on the market. And after I learned, even because I still learn myself every day. There's so much to learn about charts and everything. So eventually I learn about VWAP bands, and that you better configure them for asset individually and not take the default only. Eventually I found settings that is still predicting Tesla throughout the history since when I set them up. And so why would I not guess that this is most likely the top? Because I know, and that's a major interesting part I learned about VWAP bands, is that also like the slowest money, which is the biggest money, is also what they are using for really big redressing and really big positioning. Is like maximum higher time frame VWAP bands is where they are interested, either for buying and selling. I mean, you can see it even here on those bands, like how much accumulation went there and then straight to the top, overshoot it. Okay, fair enough. But generally, you had not a bad exit if you just quit the bands again. That in confluence with the liquidity, that again, I will show you later. That again with the weekly topping out against losing momentum a fourth time at the weekly time frame here. Then we have the daily. That has a bit more room to run. I mean, I gave comprehensive takes on exiting to not risk more than needed exactly when we gun here. And that's the day I gunned through all the chats, even in invest answers, because I still like a lot of people there, and I know they can be a bit more enthusiastic into going higher. So I wanted to help some people and told, be careful of you're approaching macro high and you are going into quadruple bearish divergence here into a trend while the price was grinding higher. And this was exactly then. Here I gave warning, and here I gave, okay, 460 plus. Every dollar or every $5 up, I was like, quit chunks of your positions. And then not a lot happened since, It did a double top here. It went lower if you had the balls to buy back from this fair value gap here. Fair enough. It also bottomed out on the RSI. Now it's approaching it again. The question is, does it even reach this? Or does it already fail before, after it's sweeping the liquidity? So very highly skeptical if you're on the weekly and daily steam running out, like it's taking momentum out of the chart every time. It's a downsloping trend. You can have upsloping trends, but this is also a downsloping trend, and that's like a bearish divergence over 1.5 years. So that's like typical for Tesla, do nothing for many, many years. just range play. So yeah, can it break out? I don't know. Like break out with conviction, not break out, blip, and then go back down and then fuck over. That's not a breakout. That's a deviation. And to me, that all-time high sits here at 490. It pinched it ever so slightly to 495. And to make it even worse, you also have that psychological level of 500, and many people will just sell it because it's like a round number, the half of 1000. They waited for very long, and mind you, whales are distributing this shit for already again 3 months. And what do you know? What did we learn just from Bitcoin? If we go one more time back, or one of many more times, there were so many promises, so many news, while whales unloaded for 3.5 months. And then they did an all-time high deviation, sweep it, take the shorts. Not to be mean, they sweep the shorts to take their positions, because a short closure is same as a long closure, is nothing but somebody else is forced to sell their position to you, to the guy who is doing this. And the guy who is doing this, or the guys, they want to take their positions because they have, unfortunately, more money than everybody else that positioned here to then get wrecked. And that's absolutely the same for all the assets. And yeah, I know there are a lot of news, whatnot, FSD and robots and blah. What matters really is that if we go to this other chart, stream switch, I try to not forget to switch back next time. So let me check. Out of ego, I want to know if Zcash is working now, because that was annoying to see that it didn't work. Ah, yeah, okay. Now it's working. Whatever. So stocks, Tesla, schnick schnack. Go to the daily time frame, because that's the high time frame. Liquidity. Zack. So yeah, what do you know? Can it go to 600? Yeah, sure. Can it go to 545 or 565? All of it possible. And maybe we can find more trends to say, we have a good chance that it will go there. But following the risk management session we had a while back, even though the recording was a bit fucked up in the end, the text didn't change, and it is risk reward, capital preservation. Those are the two major things you should always consider before taking any action, decision, or whatever. And not doing anything, like not selling, is some form of an action and a decision to do exactly that, to not take profit. So if you have all of this, the weekly hitting a fourth time of bearish divergence into its trend, the daily is running out of steam, the market is about to wrap up as a whole, and we see Nvidia money rotating into all those altcoins. I like to say them, call them nowadays, because let's be real, Nvidia is Bitcoin and every other stock is an altcoin at this stage. Just do it to their size. Nvidia is going down from top, and now what all those altcoins are pumping, and all this Nvidia money is used to drive Tesla also up, to take all of these positions. That's like they had time for 4 years to stack up. Obviously, eventually they would die. Was it obvious that it will happen now? Not perfectly, because I was saying, yeah, the risk reward here starts to be like highly critical. 2.5 months passed ever since. Yes, you're higher now, but by what? 2%? but you risked like everything that it will not happen, you know. It's not like we're looking at this and say, oh yeah, but now it's higher. Yeah, but when you are here, you don't know that. And still, I repeat, the thing is capital preservation and risk reward. And your risk reward of not selling here was absolutely awful. And it will get worse if we get here because of how much time they had to distribute, of how obvious this liquidity sweep is, and all the other things I said earlier, VWAP bands, RSI, and so on and so on. If I was like really trying hard to draw it out, I would probably also find some range trends and whatnot that would support an idea of hitting something here, but I don't feel like I need it. If it blows and blasts absolutely higher, okay, fair enough. Thesis wrong, thesis invalidated. But hey, you took all your profits for waiting for like whenever you bought, like for ages, and you took huge profits. And the worst that is happening, that if you have such a giga breakout, rarely does the chart ever do this. No, it will eventually do this, FOMO in the most people, and then does a retest. And then you're so close to rebuy what you sold on the retest of the breakout that you don't even lose anything. Sure, you did lose not made gains of an unknown fact of going much higher, but that's like you can tell that about anything. That's like asking to long or short Zcash in the middle of the range. Okay, it goes up, and then you say yourself, "Oh, I didn't long it," and then it goes down, and you say, "Oh, I didn't short it." There are always missed opportunities, but what you try to do is to make money at the best as the best of as of the best to your knowledge. And from all we know, taking profits around this area, I mean, I'm super proud about Geese, one of our moderators. He just yesterday, before the dump happened, sold exactly 495. Huge thing. It's like 28 cent from the actual current all-time high as we know it, not knowing if they will do the sweep or not. Is it likely? Yeah, sure. Will he get hurt if he sells almost 500 and it goes $20 higher, which is what, 3, 4, not even 5%? No. But it will hurt if it doesn't go there and it goes back down 10%, and then you will know it does most likely not come back there. And yeah, that's the basic principle. That's why you try to be disciplined and not be too euphoric based on news and hopes and dreams. Um, Shorting this right here, right now is different. I'm not so much into options because I'm already like good with trading crypto. Um, sure can be more frustrating at times, but when you get to learn shorting also, then it's also not super frustrating eventually. Uh, if there are like options and you understand them better than I, and you have like good opportunities of how they work with their premium and whatnot, then maybe you can already start for short, looking for shorts here. But if I was to short it, I would personally would want to see the extra blip, like the one that just happened before it really dumps, like in a more brutal way. Like, okay, like one last FOMO nuke, pinch through that 500, get all those limit orders, get all those shorts wrecked, and then come off of a much better position from yeah, simply this area here. And as I said, I'm not into options, and I cannot take a good guess on here, but if it was a simply short entry as per the number, like it is with crypto, um, that you just have your entry and it doesn't have this decay thing and theta and delta and premium and blah, blah, blah. If you just have your entry, then starting to layer in here something and then see what happens if it nukes a bit higher. It brings you so much closer to a potential exit, even if it goes higher on a retest, rather than how much it is likely that it will just blast absolutely through and never come back. If that makes sense to you. So if you only hold spot, awesome area to start thinking about layering out. Was already again here. It didn't gain even much more. Think about your risk reward. Think about your personal portfolio. How much yeah, how long are you sitting on this? What's your average? Do you really want to hold it all the way down, which it will come to? My personal opinion is it will come back down to below 200 eventually. I might be wrong, but even if not, even if it does only go to what's realistic, otherwise, let's say 266, 260s, to some extra blip, 250. That's already 50%. So do you want to risk 50% down on a longer time frame rather than being too greedy to not take profits into a very high likelihood top between now and, yeah, let's say 10%? So that's always like the actual decision you also want to take for yourself of, do I want to take profit or do I want to sit it out? I take a little bit of profit and see how it goes, and then check your cash and check an asset ratio also. So if you're like 100% allocated to everything, not a great spot. That's not the time to be 100% allocated anymore on nothing. I mean, the time for Nvidia is already like over. It's like dying already through its maximum high time frame range trend on the weekly. Just waiting for it to fall out and unravel in 250s, maybe do a eventually for support resistance flip and then go lower. But yeah, if you didn't sell Nvidia for like above 190s, 200s, not claiming to sell the absolute top like G's did on Tesla right now, but if you're still holding to all your Nvidia and never took profits here, then I don't have like super great words for you personally, because it's just rotating cash into all those other assets right now to give this last breath pump. So yeah, if you're already on like super large chunks of cash and only have whatever 30% are your assets and you feel like super fine and you're like, I don't give a fuck if Tesla goes higher, if it goes lower, it's just swinging around, whatever. Whole different story. But yeah, let's be honest, I know more people who are still super over allocated rather than not, and this is why I cannot stress this enough. Take profits while they are in front of you. Don't be greedy for 9%. Okay, that's like the bearish take if you want to be me, but if you're like euphoric and say 600, you're risking like 20% potential gain. No, you're anticipating 20% potential gain for greediness while risking like 50% drawdown after all this period. So same on Bitcoin. How many people were yelling for 130K, 150K? Look at them now. They're all dead and silent, and nobody wanted to listen that it would happen. 130K was maybe an option, but 150K was... We would have needed to close the monthly in August above 125K already, and we didn't. So yeah, that's then when all those monthly time frame bullshit kicked in, and yeah, I don't know. It's a zero-sum game, so some people have to lose. Okay. So what else do we have? Was that an answer for Tesla? Didn't even forget to ask. I'm sorry. Rear window. Rear Window is it fine or more questions about Tesla? Okay, no answer. Maybe he left already. Oh, he's typing. Okay. Great. What else? I'll go in order. Questions are flying in anyways. So, black screen, hello duck. Thanks for clarifying. What is this indicator? Charlie, can you be more specific? What is this indicator? What do you mean by this? The one with bands. A VWAP bands are they called. I can show you. I also made a session about it, but no worries. Let me reiterate. So if you have, let me go to a fresh Tesla chart because why not? It's just fun. So they are here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On the 5th menu point, anchored VWAP, it is called. And you click it, and then you click any candle, and it will draw you a blue. We don't see your screen again. No, didn't we see Tesla talk before? Okay, man. Okay, yeah, multi-screen management. I need to warm up about it again. I'm sorry. I hope the Tesla stuff did make sense anyways. Otherwise, please ask again. It's okay if I have to repeat it. It was my fault. So for the VWAP bands right now, let me delete it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th menu point on TradingView, anchored VWAP. And then if you click any candle, it will drop you bands as a moving average while considering the volume of all those candles in between, which is like the important part. You know, if I have an EMA, for example, it does nothing but taking the price and drawing you like an average band of where the price was, but it does not account for volume. And you want to know where did the volume came in and how did it average the most over time. And this is why anchored VWAP bands are also used by the biggest money. And even if I don't change anything, you can already see like how putting it here influences like the middle line here. And then when it loses it, bam, just falls through this, reclaims it again, use it as support, bam, loses it, consolidates around the next one, bam, loses it, falls immediately to the next one, falls a little bit below, then you will know probably, yeah, okay, it's this crazy deviation, it's not super likely going to the next one immediately. So, but it's one of those things that add a lot of confluence on how a higher time frame stuff. You can see here, picture perfect. This one, not so much, but that's like with any indicator, right? You have instances where it's not super accurate. But what do you know is if it's overshooting crazy levels, then that's not like an infinite bullish up only signal. That's oh my God, I have to get out of this shit as fast as possible. And same again here, you know. Again, will it do the short squeeze? Yeah, fair enough. But then that's also then the risk reward afterwards is not very good. And how do you set it up? Generally, you pick the highest candle of a very early peak. I mean, on crypto, I then even zoom into the 15-minute and really take the absolute high of that 15-minute candle because then the accuracy is even better. But for stocks, I don't know. I hate those candles. They are so fucked up. Either way, for the sake of the example, you take from all this high, this one here was the highest. You click the tool, click the candle, and then it will draw it out for you. And then the also important part comes. You also have to do that for a major low. So if I take it from here, then I have to do it from this low here, because that's the dependent and related next low. Could have been a prior low, but there is no really good low. It's just like generally trending up before it finds an actual top and then finds a footing here. And then if you have those bands two together, that's like maximum confluence in the future for how price will behave most likely at those prices, if and whenever those meet. Good example, like here again. Initial rejection even go below, but when it claims it, it then distributes below the next one. Use it as support, then falls. You can see it here. But what I did for Tesla, I went even further back in time because I actually wanted to capture all the volume that's also here projected into the average of the future here. That's also what I did for Bitcoin. I used the last bull run and not the current one. So for Tesla, I did, I guess it was this one, but I feel like it was even the one prior. Wait a second. I mean, I can show you on what I got and don't even have to guess. How magical is that? So, oh yeah, I went all the way back to 2017, but principle doesn't change. So that was the last high from Tesla here. So I put the anchored VWAP on this. And then this was the next major low. So I put the VWAP here. And then it will take all this volume and average it out. Look how beautiful it even catched like the absolute low of this COVID crash. I mean, we call it COVID crash, but was it really? It actually just revisited the VWAP band and a lot of people bought there. So it will average out all this volume to the moving average around the price. And that's like the powerful part. That's like the meaningful part about the VWAP bands over something like moving averages. They also work and I use them a lot. But if I want a higher time frame picture, like we're talking now on Tesla, for example, or even on Bitcoin, I have then on one Bitcoin chart, I maintain them even. There are some, yeah, but this is, I guess, the more accurate one. So that's a pretty good example. They will disappear, unfortunately. I don't know if you can see that very well, but same principle. Prior high. Then during the bear market, zoomed in on the daily, then 15-minute, and then hit the candle that's actually the lowest 50-minute candle, and same here on the high. And what do you know? Every time it traveled massively above it is when then also it started topping out. I guess you could find even better settings. So if I open this and put the inputs, the band multipliers, and if I change these numbers here, that's then how those values will also move. If I put them both to 2, then they will overlap. If I put 1 to 2, 1 to 1, and the other to 2, then you have your own bands. So if I enable the third band again, where is it? I didn't allow it to draw. Then it's, for example, as high here and pretty much out of reach. And when I did my homework learning this and using those, the reason why I don't use the third upper band is because usually I didn't need it. I can optimize the second band. But when I did the back testing with this, 2 bands were enough on Bitcoin. And that's also then why I didn't need the third. But obviously you could, at least if you want, improve the quality of the second one. So if you put like a uneven number or decimal point number, that's also what you can do. You don't need round numbers, and then you're at least a little more closer to the truth of what is most likely going to happen. But I would, before just randomly changing the numbers, now that they in hindsight fit what I want it to be, I would then again backtest if there's like truth to it and it's not just like a single instance truth. If that makes sense to you. So, did that answer your question, Charlie? Charlie? Do you use the VWAP on a daily, weekly, anytime?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
You're welcome. So follow-up question by Don't Chase. Do you use the VWAP on a daily, weekly, any favorite time frame? Not really favorite because they are kind of valid for all of them. I like using them as a big picture thing and not really trade them. And when I see price approaching a higher time frame, VWAP band, then I will also find that as a confluence to my other TA that there is a bounce likely like here and those in here, all of this accumulation and even some form of bounce even here. But dying through it is also then like a very bad thing. Like not a secret that we are kind of waiting for some sweep for the 76K, 74Ks, if not, which would then be slightly below this band here, which is also the same idea as to like this one, where it swept one band and then before it closing as support. I mean, candle's not closed yet. A lot can happen in 3 days. Can perfectly also close back up if it wants to. Like the classic weekend pump and then build that CME gap at the lower end just to dump then later. You know, you name it. So no, I don't add that for myself for the daily Skyping, but I use it for big picture stuff. And yeah, do I still have them on Solana? Let me check it. Yeah. Now I played around a bit with it with Solana, but I know I deleted them for Solana, but I don't remember perfectly why. I'm sorry. But still, but it is a strategy. Good night, Charlie. It's a strategy to trade with those on the 50-minute or 30-minute or 1-hour chart and use them as a frame of reference for like boundaries to trade in between, because that's simply also where a lot of algos will take profits or take some entries. So if we go to the 15-minute, I have another example. Yeah, what you would do here, for example, is take this low, and then you can either take the high here or take like the next big high then here. And then add a second one and then see what you get. Yeah, it has some quality to it. Does it really help you to know that it might bounce here because you already have this range and those break levels within? Rejecting here might have been of help. Bouncing here, same. But then you also have like this low and then it's like front running, taking profits. A bounce is not always like buying. A bounce is also a lot of taking profits on shorts. So, I mean, that's also like how a rejection works at times. It's not people are selling massively or shorting massively. They are quitting longs. And same happens here. So would that band now add more confluence to your decisions here? I'm not personally using it. you can use it, and I know there are trading strategies and people doing it, but yeah, personally, not my style. I'll take it more for big picture thing, as shown on Bitcoin and Tesla before. And the time frame is, it doesn't matter, you anchor it on the 15-minute, but then I watch it on the weekly. So, and I don't know if that was rather your question, sorry. Okay. We whoop. I think that's what you mean. Room 007 is asking, do you mean to say fundamental analysis has no relevance in case of stock Tesla only TA matters? So would you say, to counter answer it, would you say that the fundamentals of something like Zcash or Bitcoin improved dramatically other than all the things we already knew? I know there are policies, there are ETFs buying, but did the fundamentals change, or was there on average, actually, if you're honest to it, it was always kind of the same for like the last 2 years, but nonetheless the price went up. And that kind of tells you, like with any asset, I know companies are different to more highly speculative things like crypto, but on the fundamental I would talk about is people bought very low a lot of shares of Tesla, and they want to sell as high as possible. So what they're waiting for is people that are late to the news that are coming into the future. So if we take it honest, for how I see it, at least, not saying I'm the only one, I'm not saying that everybody does see it like this, but if I look at Tesla, I have a bit of a Zcash shit I'm looking here at, Obviously that company got more successful over time, but I also see that there was 10 years of accumulation that wants to distribute. And the news that people are talking about the last 3 months about fully self-driving, and I don't know, I'm not even reading it anymore because I can't hear it anymore. But all the bullshit that was already there with robots and taxis and the fleets and everything. Yeah, it is kind of relevant. It is in that sense relevant to argue that it is understandable to keep pushing it up rather than like it's making the company extremely much more valuable and successful right now because the people buying here or the people selling here, that's what's bought up also by others. But the people selling here, they didn't buy here. They are distributing all this range depending on who they are and then what they knew on how much vision they had. I don't know if full self-driving was like a thing in 2016, maybe 2019. They accumulated all this Tesla in all these accumulation ranges, and now they want to sell and they push the price up to do exactly that. So it's part of the same machinery. Does fundamental have any relevancy? But then in the end, if you don't read any news and don't watch any news and just focus on the charts, you rarely do get a different answer. If you're reading news, then you're late, and usually, and if there's like a super dramatic pump, then it's usually just somebody waiting for some news to pop out to distribute from higher after pushing it there. Um, yeah, because usually when you buy like a super crazy pump and then long, you tell me if that's like usually the successful strategy. Usually you wait for a lot of selling and then you long, and same for shorting. So would you long here, even if it's a tiny breakout? If you wouldn't long here, that's technically a sell also. So you should ask yourself, are the fundamentals of Tesla that crazy that you would argue for yourself to buy even more shares here? I mean, there are wild targets of 5 and 8,000 and oh my God, in like 2030. Okay, but the profit you're looking at right now is the profit you can take with a high likelihood of it being much lower in the future rather than waiting for rather than waiting for this. Okay, let's draw it out like this. I don't know. Is that like super realistic? Yeah, they may have all the robot game and substitute a lot of workforce, but they also have 10 years of very low price accumulation that a lot of people are willing to sell. So yeah, I am not a big fan of news reading. Usually you're late and all these news that you read the last months, the money that knows they bought these news here, and they bought it much lower because they know, because they have all the numbers, they have all the plans, they call it insider information. I don't care. They know where the industry is going. They know where a company like Tesla will set themselves up for, and that's why they are buying support dramatically, like crazy amounts of shares that were simply bought at support. With the trajectory of the news you're reading here today, which are like, oh my God, crazy news, look at all the news. They bought these news here. They are selling you this news here. That's the whole game, you know. They want to make money. They don't want to hold on to 240% profits just because there is another news article of how great the robotaxi fleet is. Oh, they bought it here to distribute it here, sell something back here, and distribute it here again. I mean, what do you know? Tesla is in a range for 5 years almost. 4 years, yeah. Can it change now? Yeah. Do you have your classic cup and handle pattern in some form? Fair enough. All valid. It doesn't change the idea that if you sell now or very soon, nearby, according to the liquidity shown earlier, that you will, with a very high chance, get a retest of some form and then can reconsider your decision to buy back. So you don't even really lose anything. You just lose the last meters of will it even happen or not? And that's exactly what fucked over all of these people. And Bitcoin also, you know, they were insisting on 130K. They were insisting on 135K, unwilling to take profits 3% from the imaginary target of what they are saying that that needs to happen 100%. If not 130, if not 130K, then I don't want nothing. Okay, so you're telling me you're not selling a 700% run from the lows. Sorry, the perp chart doesn't show the lows, but 700% is what we got on Bitcoin. You don't want to sell 700% for 3%? Or for even more crazy numbers to ask for 20%. Again, capital preservation, risk reward, not there. Same for Tesla for me. Fundamental analysis only carries so much. And if there's any bad news on whatever and they finish distribution, then it will go down and then you will have more news. Hey, but Robotaxi is so strong. Hey, Optimus Prime is coming, and oh, the battery game is insane, and blah, 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 blah. It will go down anyways because they finished distributing. I'm sorry, it's annoying and frustrating because I know you want to hear something different of how important it is to invest into quality stocks, and sure, the PE ratio and all this matters, and how Nvidia was taking over the whole chip game is obviously also what led to all the buying. Fair enough. It's the biggest company on earth for a good reason because they have the chips and everything, and that's also why there's a little bit more to consider for stocks than for maybe something like Solana or Bitcoin. But then again, also not a whole lot, because if I go to my Nvidia chart, and I know I'm rambling again, I'm sorry. I have these range trends from, what is it, 2022, 2023. And they have a pretty crazy accuracy for everything that's coming after. I didn't try to draw out the lower bands because it basically jumped on this Trump fuckery on the next available break level or support simply. It's a little sweep. But then still, what do you know? It failed to accumulate to this trend again after it did it so many times here. And now it's losing the other one. So you tell me, did NVIDIA's fundamentals massively change between here and here, or did they mark up the price, distribute it all for 4 or 5 months now? And yeah, now very skeptical of new highs, even on traditional TA, I have like a very cheap, head and shoulders here, and it's overextended like to the tits, like the whole stock market, which is, yeah, if Tesla was this in the middle of the bull run or beginning, okay, let's talk about 700, 800, 900,000. But we are not at those stages in the market. And will Tesla be the hero? Context is important. So when they finish distributing into highs, when the market wraps up, Tesla will not be the hero, if you ask me. So yeah, perfect investment in the lows for the fundamentals it has for people to buy it. But then again, hoping for insane high numbers, not taking profits. You gotta make a choice, man. So 540 blue, look at that. I see. Looks like the Tesla was basically an exact hit of the weekly range trend, which I'd had that charted earlier today. Fair enough. I'm sitting on a few MicroStrategies, still sold 50%, still in profit. Is it best to cut and run? You are still in profit in MicroStrategy? Wow, that's impressive. So you're like super early. Yeah, congrats. What do you want to know? Did you take at least like profits also in the highs on 400s? I hope so. Didn't get too infinitely bullish. Alphabet anaerobics. Yeah, not looking super great, Oh my God, it's even falling through the lowest bands. Oh yeah, good example. I had it on MicroStrategy. Big reason why to call tops, market tops on MicroStrategy here. This infinite blowing absolutely through the VWAP bands and then forming this textbook euphoria top, followed by denial, getting the rebound, and what do you know? It's like it's art, It's just beautiful how it just tips these bands to the penny, and then then it dies. Did I see it dying immediately to here? Phew, no. I was at least, and I guess most people did at least expect the bounce in this area with the sweep in the 200s latest. But oh my God, the whales are using MicroStrategy really like mad to short Bitcoin, basically. And it doesn't matter to be mad about it. It's just a market mechanism that they can use, and that's fair game. Whatever you hear on DCA show or whatever other channels, it is what it is. They're hedging their bets. They're buying Bitcoin or longing Bitcoin and shorting MicroStrategy. And if enough big money agrees on it, then yeah, that's then how a chart will look like. Will it immediately fall lower than this? Questionable. It's like wildly oversold. But if Bitcoin doesn't get its ass up, how likely is it that MicroStrategy will get its ass up? Because it's still seen as like parity asset for performance in some sense. So could perfectly be that it will just distribute here for a while, maybe get a little bounce to 235, 2,340s. If it's more bearish, then it will not even break this breakpoint and psychological level of 200 again. Consolidate, distribute here before it keeps rolling over together with then Bitcoin when that eventually happens. So yeah, selling support never feels great. I'm certainly not giving individual advices for individual positions. Rarely do, at least if it's not like super crazy perp that's about to blow up your existence. But if you're still in profit and you sold already 50%, do you want to sell? What is it? 70% down? Man, this thing is really fucked up. Will it go down back to the 70s in the bear market? I mean, Bitcoin didn't even go through a real bear market yet, you know. I see it going through. If it loses those highs, really. I have my numbers on 32, 40s. If it's for some reason more bullish than only 50s, but it's more likely that we will see this area down here again. And I don't know. Will the inverse happen then again? If they play it like that, if they then keep shorting Bitcoin and then start longing MicroStrategy, because there is this phenomenon, and you may have seen it or heard about it being discussed, that usually MicroStrategy is front running Bitcoin. So yeah, maybe it is going through its own bear run already and it will stop earlier. Who knows, like mid 2026 and then start reigniting again. What is there more to say? If you're still in profit, maybe try to make your peace at the 200s if it gets there, or start to layer out a bit more. Other than that, pretty damn good position. If you're now still in profit, respect, you bought somewhere here or you bought even lower. Absolutely awesome. Maybe think about holding about the rest if you're not like super dependent on it. Like all of this here can potentially also reignite the bounce. That being said, because I have a wild card for all of this buyback, I am not super convinced that MicroStrategy is like safe for an imploding factor. So yeah, I don't feel like super convinced about this. What is it now? 5 companies he built with all this debt and all this leverage basically on the market. And it's just, yeah, okay, that's the way we do. Usually this bullshit is punished by the market in some form or the other. Maybe it will work. But yeah, do consider that maybe this was an all-time high to not be ever broken again. As a matter of fact, for all the risk that MicroStrategy is carrying with the convertible notes and whatnot. But if you're better informed about it, so I'm not claiming here that I'm like a master of company technicals on convertible notes and everything. So if you have a better informed decision of how it is truly forever safe to be MicroStrategy investor with the Bitcoin proxy of the century, being the Bitcoin proxy of the century. Fair enough. Then make a decision about it and then go by the technical key levels. Maybe buy a little bit more and start DCAing according to your average entry already, and don't feel too hurt now that you already, I mean, it will suck for many more people that didn't sell anything to be 70% down again from the highs. But if you manage to take 50%, have all this cool cash, then just be a little bit more patient and see signs of actual reversal, you know, even this pathetic bounce here. I don't know how many people thought like, okay, finally that is it. And now we could make a double bottom here before a more serious bounce. But did it prove that it wants to do something like this so far? Not really for a long time. So I'm already worried that it fell through this VWAP bands like it barely existed and immediately loses this one as resistance, you know, even close the next daily right at it. It's just pathetic and it's already hard closing distribution candles below. Is that conviction? Not in my book for a chart. Yeah, mixed answer for sure, especially since you already sold a whole chunk. If you think about, yeah, whatever, I just take profit but from a chart perspective, it's also cutting losses on unrealized, or never realized or missed out profits. So just like, yeah, okay, whatever, I quit my position. And then I got the 50%, a good chunk, and the other 50% were the moon bag. More mistakes will happen navigating the market. Take it as a lesson and make your peace with it, or ride it as low as you think like, okay, reaccumulating now makes sense, and then you average your position again. So I think that's as fair as an answer as I can get, mind you. So, let me some notes. Talking. Okay. My question is with the stock company. Yeah, that we already had. On Tesla, I've seen people only focusing on quantity of shares and having goals and shares to meet instead of focusing on yield on portfolios. So they are scared to sell anything because they are scared to potentially lose even a single share they have to buy back. Okay. Yeah, cool. That's a very weird way to approach things since, I mean, it's a somewhat milestone you can set for yourself, but a company can perfectly issue more shares and just dilute your share quantity versus your actually buying power and net um, net asset value of your folio. So yeah, if it helps people, I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to badmouth other strategies what help them to navigate the market. That is already stressful enough while they learn. And if it helps them to grind fiat, to say, hey, if I grind another fiat this month, I can buy one more share and eventually I have that goal like in front of you reached. Okay, that gives you a reason to stand up, and then that's also very valuable for many people to accumulate quantities of something that they deem very, very valuable in the future. So, yeah, Shaco, sorry that I just read it. I'm recording this, yes, correct. And I will add it to, as usual, to the events channel, upload channel, and bullet points, etc. So, yeah. So the chat is reached the end. Any follow-up questions or anything other? You can ask me anything. I try to answer it. Otherwise, I would then go at least through a few of the thread questions because I want to respect the time of the people that took their time to write it down. Cash heavy then. It's a very broad question. I guess you mean like the, my overall idea on how one should potentially position themselves, Middleton. Yeah, I'm a big advocate on crypto and stocks for a couple of months now to be very, very concerned about being asset heavy and actually sell good chunks if I mean more so if you're dependent on the money, but if you're just swinging the whole market, at least they are layering out huge chunks at the levels shared earlier. It's too late, obviously, now for MicroStrategy and Bitcoin and Solana, but that was not a secret. So staying cash heavy still from here, if you ask me, yeah, because we are not in and not through the bear market yet. It just got initiated, you know. We are just deciding, are we getting a bounce or are we rolling over? Are we taking a sweep and then bouncing? Or what we do? That's the decision, but we are not deciding anymore if we enter the bear market because that decision was made earliest. I mean, obviously it started here because bear market starts from the high, but from signal giving of there is no coming back and it is here and we don't want to gaslight ourselves into anything else other than the facts that the charts provide. Where do I have it? 2 weekly. Sorry, gotta find it or redraw it in the worst case. If I did delete it. Did I add it to the other one? Give me a second. There you go. So this was the initial signal of goodbye, the 2 week, and I also talked about it when it happened and shared it with many people as I could in reach. Not only despite the fact that we kept rejecting all those trends into bearish divergence. I mean, we've seen that on the weekly and monthly already coming. Up in price, down in momentum, bad. Can it break out? Yeah. Is it still advised to take profits here or enter shorts, given the technicals we're looking at? Absolutely. But the final nail in the coffin was given here on this closure. So for many people, this was just like, yeah, we had a blip. We hit like the range lows kind of, and with a sweep of the 10th October candle. No, sorry, that was here. So up only, right? But not really. So being cash heavy, latest on, whoops, that was, this cutting tool somehow takes always one candle too much for my liking, but it is what it is. This one, yeah. So that was when I went to all channels as much as possible and sharing and talking about it as much as possible, because what do you know? It's basically the whole fucking bull run as to when this trend got established in the absolute lows, and it held throughout these, what is it, 3 years, depending on how you want to see the start and whatever. But if we go from where the earliest point of establishing this trend is, then it's about 3 years to a little bit less. So we had this trend and it was maintained all the way, and then it got lost. And what do we know about RSI? It's a leading indicator for for a price. It's a momentum, and the momentum said, we are done. We fucked over the whole bull market support on this time frame, while most people thought, yeah, okay, we're just hitting the range low and we are sweeping the prior crash and whatnot, but not here, not at all. If it was not to do this, then it would have to close further back up, and it didn't. So then that was the first, or if not last, big signal. Okay, we are initiating the bear market now, obviously from the top, but now we're confirming that it is here, and we are even more so inclined to respect every other downward signal that is coming afterwards, which then led not to this, because it was a 2-weekly candle, but to this. Sorry, weekly chart. Yeah. So that the first one was the 2-weekly. Here's the weekly. And what do you know? On the next candle, we have this horizontal support. Again, all bull run support. Those candles, intra candles, sometimes dipped into this and then bounced off earlier just to close above. Nonetheless, all this 44, 40 level is like the bull market support. It got faked out once. I guess it tricked out a lot of people, and I'm not sure how. March 2025. Yeah, that was just when I took like a 3-month break from trading, so I wasn't that much into the signal, I guess. But yeah, you can see it like in front of your eyes, and then afterwards you got the next signal. So you have the 2-week losing all bull run support, then the 1 week. Latest at this moment, when this one closed here and you have a very low entry, that's also when you want to say, okay, no, the bear market is here. I'm going cash heavy. I missed the top, or I at least layered out only a bit, and now I got to accept that TA is telling me that it is done. So yeah, and that's then also how algos and bigger money decided to keep following, right? So you going immediately to 80Ks. Brutal, brutal. But that's how it is. They are all cash heavy, and most of them will not come back before all the people are out that are still hoping for a super crazy rally. I don't know if it will be low 50s. I am looking more into this area here. And conjunction obviously with the prior supports and highs. So I have it on the other chart. 29, I'm not that bearish. If something like MicroStrategy blows up, count me in for 29, but what was it? I guess it around like this and this. Schnick, schnack. So that as a base range, deleting this again. Also revisiting those reward bands and sweeping over them a bit. I mean, they will travel up a bit more as time goes on, like roundabout like this. Yeah, that's too steep. Like this. So very fair to look in between this range. And how do I know? Because when I did the backtesting for the reward bands for every prior bull run, how it behaved in the next bull run, now taking the prior bull run into the next bull run again, that's then also when you knew that the revisit of the blue bands did always happen. So yeah, just another confluence of why it's most likely going to happen again. Yeah. So is it great to sell now or soon? Waiting for the bounce. Everybody's waiting for. I get it. I'm not holding any spot assets for a year. I'm all perp trading on cash. So I have an easy saying here. But I also cannot give you like say like, yeah, you should sell now or you should buy now. I can at best give you ideas of where I think the market will go eventually, and then hopefully you can find an answer for yourself if you want to risk either side, buying or selling. Because selling now and then to find out it will go to 105k back or 100k for whatever technical reason we find then that it is legit, yeah, would hurt. But not selling now and then see yourself it going to 65k immediately and not coming really back and only doing a support resistance flip on those lows at 70, 74 would then make you look like a genius selling now. So yeah, same old story. You want to sell support? I know some people who sold alleged support on MicroStrategy just to find out, hey, wait a minute, I would be in much worse losses if I didn't sell support, you know, selling 220s, 230s, and now it's 160. Will Bitcoin do the same? We will find out. I cannot tell you that. I'm just trying to navigate the chances just like anybody. And should getting a bounce and getting a bounce is different as much as is should getting 130k and 135 and 150k as much as it is that it didn't. So no, not sure if that's like a satisfying answer, Spilton. It's a complex question to not say just yes or no, because did you ask me at the 125k range? Easy yes, 100%. If you did sell and think about buying now for long-term stuff, that's a clear no. So that depends also on your goals. If you're sitting on all assets now, that's also like something to think about. Do I want to risk for bouncing now that I missed already like 3 bounces? Will it go much higher? Will it break out all those trends? Yeah, there are chances that it does, but it didn't prove yet that it wants to because it keeps fucking dying non-stop. So, yeah. Yeah. So, still typing. I wait for whatever you want to say. And then I will try to answer something from the questions. If not, somebody else has something posted in chat then. Otherwise, I will move on to the question pool. It wasn't a good question. So I think it's hard to sit on cash and it's hard to be bullish in anything for the medium term. Your thoughts are always appreciated. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea of that it is hard to sit on cash because a lot of people love talking about inflation and the melting ice cube and whatnot. But if you sold anything around 120k on Bitcoin and did a full quit, you're an absolute genius. Inflation needs like 5 years to make up for this price loss, your buying power loss of not selling. What is it? 30%. Inflation is what, 5 to 7%? When it's bad, 8%, or really bad, 10, 11%. Even if you take the worst of the worst, then it would need 3 years to make up for the not taken profits, and we are not even done. So the idea of cash is trash, or a melting ice cube is like such a bad framing, because cash isn't position. Cash is an opportunity to buy future pain, and holding on to assets nonstop will just set you up for a much worse performance than anything, such as the this totally diluted compound annual growth rate on Bitcoin, which takes always the whole chart and everything. I know it ran 700% from the lows to the tops, but if you held that from the last bull run, and not everybody needs to be a trader, I get it, but come on, if you own assets, you should at least somewhat deal with what you hold as much as you deal with cash. At some point, you had cash and you decided, okay, I deal with it, I buy Bitcoin. So now what? You have Bitcoin. You should also then at least navigate a bit. Hey, what am I going to do with my Bitcoin? So if you bought the last bull run top, you had 100% gain, which is not the worst. But like this compound annual growth rate that Saylor and others love to talking about, they are talking about cent or euro single digit dollar numbers about the whole chart, but that's not realistic. The adoption and everything is completely different now, and it will never be that low ever again unless Satoshi Wallet wakes up and sells it all in one transaction, I guess. But uh, other than that, it's yeah, if there are so many people who bought 100K, I mean, what is somebody with their melting ice cube cash take and fiat dying and fiat is a scam and blah blah blah? What they are really selling you is bullshit, because if you have bought 100K Bitcoin, then you are 20% down. And yeah, that's a trade swing, I get it. But if you I have the perspective of accumulating more cash and more asset in exchange to each other to grow your retirement efficiently, then that's not great. Then that's kind of a stop loss, at least soon, or if losing this range, then yeah, then you did a shitty investment and you made a decision with your cash to rotate into a narrative of something being I don't know, bid up non-stop and supply crunch because your melting ice cube dies 5 to 8% every year. Okay, I made also a lot of mistakes, but eventually you gotta admit the mistake that you're already down. Inflation could not be that worse. Inflation could not be 20% in not even a year, and we are not even done. So even if it bounces back up a bit and it goes then down here, and let's take the bullish take, even then it is bad, you know. Even if it takes a super crazy bullish support already and does not go lower, nor just the 55Ks or low 50Ks, it's still 40% down. So if you bought 100Ks on the fiat trash narrative and you go to 50Ks, then you're down 50% on your money. So what is anybody explaining there? It's just complete utter nonsense. And the people that are explaining that are the people that are not dependent on their money. That they are not, their life doesn't change. If Tesla goes down 50%, there are people that are talking like this, and their life wouldn't change if it goes down 50%. They just buy more. And you have people that do the same for Bitcoin. And that is Saylor also. Somehow for him, it doesn't matter that he bought every single top that will ever exist in life or in the history of Bitcoin. And it will never change for him. And he tells you also, fiat is trash and it's all a scam. Yeah, but the average guy is not rich, Sailor rich, or yeah, other people, other community, I don't know, other men rich. That's at least not, I don't think that's the most, yeah, the major part of the people we are talking to daily. And so why would I tell them that fiat is trash? Fiat is trash on a maximum time frame, on a 5-year, maybe 10-year time frame. But fiat is absolutely not trash. It's a position and an opportunity giver. And being always allocated to all your assets is an opportunity taker. you get opportunities when you have cash, and you take opportunities from yourself if you stick to assets all the time, because then you are 100% dependent on everybody else buying the price up for you. So the only decision you can always make is sell if you're over allocated. But if you have a healthy relation between cash and asset, then you have both options. You can sell and you can buy. So you tell me which option is better. Have the opportunity to buy, or only the opportunity to sell, or have the opportunity to buy and sell. You only get to the cash if you sell assets. So is that more comprehensive, Spindleton? I guess it had a bit different drive, and now I understood your question better of why you ask it. Very affirming, appreciate it. Okay, great. Hey Blue, is the hidden bullish divergence now high to high on price and low to low on RSI from the bottom? Are we talking Bitcoin, Bedrock, and what time frame? Your chart right there. Okay, sorry. Let me go back. Which one was it? This one and this one. Was it the weekly I was on or the daily? I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess it was the weekly. And your question is hidden bullish divergence now high to high on price. Let me clear my chart a bit. Wait a second. I just open another tab or layout. Weekly again. Delete all the drawings. Schnick, schnack. High to high. You're talking about this? Whoop. High to high or this? From the bottom. Hidden bullish divergence high to high on price. You cannot have a bullish divergence on the higher price. That's where the bearish divergence are, just to be sure. On price and low to low on RSI from the bottom. I guess you talk about this, right? At least for the RSI. You're on the phone. So either way, I guess the base question is, do I see a bullish divergence on the weekly right now? I guess that's basically your question, right? As the chart is from March, I think that is. Oh. Okay. The hidden bullish divergence. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of hidden bullish and bearish divergences, because what this is telling, usually, first of all, the success rate is not that great. They play out much less than the actual bullish and bearish divergences. They can happen, but I didn't find good results just by trading them myself. What it usually means, and same with every other take from before, if that wasn't clear. If you have something like this, momentum is a leading indicator for price. So if you break down like this, we have this low here and this low here, which is higher. And this is where the hidden bullish divergence comes from, I guess what you talk about. We have an RSI point here, and we have a lower RSI point here, or even if it's a range, doesn't matter, both is lower. That's called a hidden bullish divergence. Yeah, technically it is. From my experience, I don't really like them as much as bearish divergences, because momentum, especially on higher time frame, leads price. So what is that in other words simply? That means price is still at the wrong place and yeah, what do you know? Overpriced. So it has to follow the momentum eventually. Does it bounce in between? Maybe it does. We have locally a bullish divergence, mind you. Will it lead to upside? Different question. 3 days to go. Other factors at play. But atomically isolated, looking at this, that's a very nuanced and very tiny but factual existing bullish divergence because we have an upsloping RSI point and a downsloping price. So that on itself is a bullish divergence. Just not talking about any other context and ideas on the chart, just isolated. That's what it is. But for this other thing, yeah, I guess the 2-week chart is again then the better example of what happened. If I go back to it, then you probably see what I mean. Pop, pop. Okay. So okay. So despite the fact that we lost this whole trend, which is like the signal, that hurts the most when this closure happens. You can already see it on different angles or in different angles of what I explained earlier, and then also now have an outcome for how those higher time frame stuff usually behaves. Yeah, you have not only like here, like a huge difference in the momentum compared to how price differentiates. Oops. So that's like no divergence at all. It's higher point, lower point, lower point. But nonetheless, you have like huge momentum loss, which is also like on itself a telling that, yeah, numbers are still overpriced. But on the relevant prior low, if you take this low and this low, this is higher. And now we have the other way around, right? This is higher, this is lower. So, as textbook says, that's a hidden bullish divergence, right? Yeah, didn't lead to anything positive. And same as here, right? You have like even a lower low than this. So if I take these lows, hey, what was that? Glitch in the matrix. Okay, you have these lows and these lows. Ever so slightly. Wow. What happened now? I fat fingered a keyboard button. Okay. So this high, or this low, and these lows here, landing here. Even this one has like a slightly, very slightly, but still factual down sloping angle. This has a very high. So if you ask me on higher time frame, if anything, the hidden bullish divergences are rather a bearish divergence and vice versa. because what do you know what happened afterwards? And as far as I dealt with RSI in the past, yeah, not cool to trade the hidden divergences rather than, because yeah, it leads the price, momentum falls off, price will follow. That's usually what is happening. And I love to see those also on breakouts. If you have like the really bullish cases, if you have whatever trend, downtrend, and when the RSI already breaks out, not already before the price does. I don't have an example right at my hand, otherwise I will show you. I could find one probably, but bear with me. If you have something imaginary, Bitcoin did this, sorry, here, did this, and momentum closed, not intracandle, closed like this. But price would have been like this, only here. Super bullish. Potentially something you could even long right away if you confluence with something else. I mean, it didn't do that, but just as an example, because the momentum told you already that it wants to close outside of the downtrend without price. And that's then usually a forecast of what price will most likely do afterwards. Yes, you have fake outs and exceptions, yada, yada, yada. But generally speaking, that's the idea of momentum leading price. So, yeah. Yeah, good to keep higher time frame stuff in mind. It's really important. Sometimes it can be, yeah, addicting to look at 15-minute, 4-hour, 1 hour daily, and then you oversee a 112-day candle or trend. That's why we're also grateful for Sindot doing all those updates, right? He's observing all those time frames, and it's sometimes really scary to see what's going on all those hidden candles that absolutely nobody's talking about. And yet again, what do you know? When he keep spamming how concerning the Bitcoin chart is, already throughout this area, and then I remember like it was yesterday when he said, okay, that 8-day closure, that's kind of it. I mean, he rarely says like, okay, now it's over or now it's up only, but there's a certain pattern. If there are 5 videos and all time frames are highly questionable, highly suspiciously closing bearish on all their weirdo time frames, and so what do you think? Is this going to be like super bullish and do the complete opposite of all time frames, hiding their sneaky truths? So yeah, there was a lot of warning up front that that this will happen, and then it happens. So it's fascinating. Um, yeah, and I know perfectly that a lot of people were trolled by this weekly closure not engulfing because they did that last minute, and I even wrote about it. And those motherfuckers, they know what they're doing. They know exactly that most people watch the daily and the weekly. And on the forecasts within this week, so many people were like, oh yeah, this candle is not allowed to engulf. Please don't engulf. And if it doesn't engulf it, then it's super bullish. And then I watched it, and it happened only like the last few minutes or hours even. Let's check it right away. Just to put the tinfoil hat on for a second. Did I get it right with the vertical? I'm sorry. Let me take this also just to make sure. So that's the start of the next candle, right? Yeah, these start candles and whatnot, confusing. So let's add a horizontal. That's easier for me. I'm sorry. So this one here. So that's a relevant closure, right? Engulfing, not engulfing. This one was like, oh my God, to the moon or dumpster fire or whatever on the weekly. So go to the hourly again. So the weekly closure was, no, this is the candle from here to here. Yeah, exactly. And then they were hovering just above it constantly. And then, will it engulf or not on these occasions? And then they were just bleeding up like forcefully. And right at the close, then they let it fall. All the buying pressure, all the limit orders. You can see what bunch of assholes they are. Sorry for my French. But the weekly closure comes in here with a last breath pump even, and then closes, and then just absolutely dying immediately. Is it tinfoil hat? Is it for how do you say it? Carefully handcrafted perfection to troll as many people as possible to rip them off their money? Yeah, you tell me. But that's why we don't watch only the daily and the weekly and monthly. That's why we watch every single daily that exists. Yeah. Another question, another rambling of mine. I hope that did help.
Rambles are the best. We love rambles.
Hello.
Oh, I just spent like 3 hours of my life making a video.
3 hours. Okay.
Gotta open and close everything, otherwise the computer just craps out. Too many
Oh,
tabs.
the new setup for displays and whatnot.
Yeah, I need 2 computers.
Wow.
Just put Sol on one and put BTC on the other. That might make life a bit easier.
Okay.
Mm.
That's crazy.
What's everyone been up to?
Yeah, we're just talking. Good example of trolling weekly, not engulfing last hours of before the fallout just to fall out because most people were talking about it, this weekly candle here, if this does not engulf up to the moon, but if it engulfs very bad. So what did they do? They closed it barely above, right before the closure, and
Yeah.
then they let it die, So yeah.
Some of that stuff I've started to find, it's I haven't managed to get into the weeklies or monthlies yet, but when it comes to dailies and multi-days, figured out that they have alternate dates for when the candle is closed, and of course it could be at a different price, and if it is at a different price, it has engulfed. So it's probably the same for weeklies, but just there's your 8 day.
Yeah, that was the base case of the
Yeah.
value of watching all time frames. I don't know when you joined, but
Mm.
I was saying like that's the value that we knew this was coming, like the real one, not the Mardi one, because you were
Yeah.
like 5 videos in a row, like this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. If this doesn't happen,
Yeah.
this is super bad. And then the 8 day come like the final nail in the coffin, and you said, okay, this is really bad. And I was like,
Time to
okay,
go.
I want to short so bad because everything is so bad. It will dump. And then I did this weekly on the same thing here, right? And you are like on the 8 day, nobody in the world watches the 8 day. Everybody talking weekly and daily, and everybody got long and 8 day
Have a
closure.
look at the range trend over there on the left of your screen. Those 2 blue candles, yellow doji in between them. Chuck that in there. Left, hard left.
Hard left.
Nah, hard left. Yeah, hard left. Look at the support range trend from the support range trend, hard left. Go to where you've got nothing but yellow up candles. Nah,
This.
hard left.
Left. Further left. This one.
Keep going. Left until you can left no more. There you go. Look at that.
This one.
Chuck that range trend in there. See that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not fun.
That was just looking to die.
Not fun, yeah.
No. She tried that on put that on the Bitget chart.
I
Versus the
remember
Binance?
close below some because that was
Yeah.
the sad call. Maybe this wick here is too long, right? Said UCT perp on Bitget.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's the image I remember. Exactly.
Closed under and rejected.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old Binance charts are a bit funky, eh?
Yeah, sometimes.
So you would have thought that it had actually held that range if you're watching the Binance chart.
Yeah, probably. I mean, there were so many bad signs already ahead when all this was building, and just shorting 130K and layering in was just beautiful. Yeah.
Now we're waiting through. Is it? Oh, how much longer we got to go on the day? Oh, we got 15 minutes plus 3 minutes. 2 more candles, and it's just bouncing along the top of that 1 day hold at the moment on Sol. So if it closes under the hold, it could try and push down, use it as resistance. Let's
hold off what time frame?
1 day.
Oh yeah, okay.
That one.
Yep. Fair enough.
So it's just
first step.
Just hovering.
Yeah.
So if it closes under that, it would probably try to push down to one of those refined levels. And if it closes over that, it might just bounce from there.
Yeah, not the worst return. I mean, a lot of people say like it should bounce, things should bounce eventually. Yeah, I mean, not too bad. It's as good as a support resistance flip also goes, right? If it dies here, comes here, and then goes lower, fair enough. Yeah, not super great. It's like the impossible to breach 145 before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
structurally
sometimes
everything is very, very messed up.
Yeah, that's sometimes when just waiting for this extra sweep isn't worth it and just layering in. That's also why I layered into the Bitcoin short beforehand and then had only my last chunk sorted out for 9,700. Here yesterday, I wanted the last layer at 9,700. It was too greedy, right? Doesn't always get to all the juice. Sometimes resistance is just what it is.
I didn't do that one. I did the next one.
Yeah, fair enough. Both good, right? I only TP 10% here. I just asked if I hedge long. I was like, not worth the risk if they die down immediately. But would have been 2 trades. It is what it is. Yeah, now it doesn't matter because they are just classic support resistance flipping, or at least deciding if they will do it.
Yeah.
That's
15
textbook
minutes.
SR flip as much as it is simply killing break levels, origin levels, or holding them, right? In some form or the other.
Yeah, it's gradually going down into a really high time frame refined long. I think it's something like a 16-week long or something stupid like that. I think that the base level is something like 2 day or
2 day.
Yeah, there's a hold all the way down there on the 2 day somewhere, eh?
Yep, there is.
Yep. I think that's the base level of the short.
You mean for
Big.
profit taking?
Sorry, the long.
The long.
What I mean.
Ah.
Yeah. So if you look at all the outstanding longs, there's I think off the top of my head, it's like a 16-week or something. It's a really big one. And if you refine it all the way down, that's the base candle of it. So it's pretty likely it goes to at least there. And then there's a couple other shorts in play that bring it down into 70, I think 74 point something.
Mm-hmm. Can you also have all those
There's
ranges, right?
basically about $100 difference between it breaking the entire range and it just going to the absolute lowest part of the short. So it's highly likely it'll. All of that stuff though that you're looking at there, like that's just wrong. That price action's wrong.
Why is it wrong?
You see all those wicks to the upside that are just effectively rejecting off nothing.
Yeah, because I haven't drawn out anything, right?
Well, there just isn't really anything there. If you alter it, you can actually see it.
I remember there were like range levels exactly there. But I might be
like there's all
mistaken.
this little stuff, but nothing that really should be rejecting such a big time frame.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's kind of weird. So I'll find an example for you.
Yeah, same. I know I rotated through it and then I found a bunch of stuff that was matching, but don't nail me onto it out of the hip to shoot it. Manipulation.
Marty.
Classic. Yeah.
Save us, Marty.
Manipulating up and down all day. I mean, the 5 day is not the worst one. But is it like a thing looking for an answer rather than finding consistency to say, yeah, that was it from those ranges? But I'm pretty sure I cycled through all of this shit and found a lot of stuff between 124 and 125. I mean, you can take it range to range. I'm sure it's possible to build it over time like this and then get away. But I guess you're looking for like higher time frame stuff. So if you have like this, I don't know, and then take like this.
They really like just being within 20 cents of the support resistance, don't they, with 11 minutes to go?
So which candle closes do we have? Oh, I don't want to spoil the video you or only made, just.
So under one time frame, we have a 2, 4, 8, 11, 16, 22, 32, 44, 88, 176. And under the other time frame, we have a 1 and a 79.
Which one is the other now? Is the other one everybody's using, or is that the weird one now?
Nah,
Only going
that's
by
the weird
exchange.
one. That's the weird one.
Okay. 44 day. Okay. Yeah, that's the only issue I really have with the Binance chart because perps don't exist. So for so long. That's sometimes annoying to draw things really out. That's where your BitGet is better. But yeah, I'm just scalping on. I'll do daily trades on those. The higher time frame stuff is built here.
Oops.
That would be like a perfect bounce, but it got hard closed one more time, so it's this. Just again, sometimes, okay, how long do you keep older trends, right? Because this is just like perfect. And also this bounce again, but the actual trend is down here, so.
So here's what's...
Oh, this is not so great. Not the best closure, 44 days.
Check out this. I'll chuck an image in the chat for you.
Hard closes the prior trend and even closes below the next one. Ouch.
Check that out.
Time frame. Okay, so left is like exchange and right is trading view? Or?
Yep. So the exchange engulfed, so 2 candles engulfed the hold on the exchange. And then you can't see, because they haven't technically deemed this current candle as even existing, it doesn't show up where it should. You can see that sort of kind of opaque dip coming down. Once that's deemed as closed, it'll move to the right-hand side, and then you'll see it as a whole separate candle. But if you then look at how it appeared on TradingView, look at where the rejection was. So you've basically just engulfed 2, rejected 1, price has continued down.
Yeah.
But you can't. But until they deem that candle is actually closed, it's probably not going to be able to bounce or do anything along those lines. And also, if it does bounce, if it's flipped the hold level into resistance, the hold level will be $500 lower than what it appears on TradingView. So if you were trying to run it back up to the hold level, and this is something I've noticed a lot, you sort of go, oh, my target got front run and it never quite made my target. But it's because the target wasn't right in the first place. There was like a $500 difference between what the 2 targets actually were.
I guess now I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah. So because if you get trapped inside a hold level, you should be able to get back out at the entry. But not if the entry is $500 lower than you think it is.
Yeah. So when this closes, the exchange candle to the left will then jump down and do the full length, or what?
Yeah. So then you know how sometimes a trend gets dived? So the range trend appears like it's getting dived. But if the candle hasn't actually closed on the exchange, then they haven't actually created the range trend yet. So the range trend is not being dived, it's just being created at a lower level because the price is still going down.
Yeah.
But it looks like an independent candle on TradingView is diving the trend because the trend's in the wrong place. So when the 2 things, when they actually come into line and they close on the same date, it hits the trend, bounces off the trend to the cent, and off it goes. When they're not aligned on the same date, then it can do it a couple of ways. It can bounce without even going near the range trend because the exchange closed earlier than TradingView. So then the candle on TradingView is actually coming down, hitting a trend that suddenly exists, but you don't know it exists yet. There was a time a long time ago where I looked at something and went, shit, it's almost like it bounced off a trend that wasn't there. And then that's because if the exchange is already closed, the trend is there. And then the TradingView candle just dips down again, just kind of like bobbing up and down. And when it hits the trend, it bounces. but you haven't even got the trend on your chart because you didn't think it existed yet. So it can happen in both directions. It can bounce off shit that ain't there, and it can dive through stuff because it isn't technically there.
Yeah, that's a lot to watch then.
Yeah, tell me about it. Kind of wish I hadn't seen it.
How can there be so many algorithms watching all this? It's crazy.
Well, it's probably a lot easier for a computer.
Yeah. Yeah, we're already making pretty good money and takes with just normal trading view stuff. But I can see how
Yeah.
you're like hunting more truths if things seem weird for you, which you certainly have a better understanding of identifying weirdness. So
Yeah, I
certainly
don't think
interesting.
it. I'll just answer that question in the chat. I don't think it revolves around BitGet, but I just think because lower exchanges, they have less buys and sells going on in their order books. So the price action that you see on a lower exchange is typically more of an indexed price rather than genuine buys and sells. So Binance price is probably more order book related versus all of the smaller exchanges are kind of like an index of everything in the market. I just said the Binance chart is because Binance is more or less the biggest volume consistently in the market. The price that you see on a Binance chart is probably a genuine order book buy and sell price. Like people have bought it, people have sold it, or market makers or whoever. Whereas the smaller exchanges, there'd be a lot more price indexing in the price. So there's actually no one actually bought it at that price, no one sold it at that price on that particular exchange, and it just follows more of a index of the overall price, which is how oracles come into it and all that kind of stuff. So how's it looking?
Okay, so at least they intend to try close back up one more time instead
You
of
might get a
losing
daily
out.
bounce. So there's two possible moves for Sol. One of them is the 1 day, which is very obvious, and then there's also there's actually a 5 day and a 4 day. So the only catch with the 5 day is that
It
if
tapped
you
already.
look at it, well, actually completely played out already.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just depends on which exchange you look at it on. Some exchanges it never played out and has only just been entered, and other ones it dang. Gee, I gotta go. Property stuff. Oh boy.
Boy. Okay, yeah, that was a little bit of sightseeing by Sin. Um, hunting ghosts on trading exchange candles versus we plebs are still on trading view only, looking at things. What were those moves you mentioned? Just the 4-day and 5-day time frame and the daily on Solana. Solana just hit 1-day hold. I can show you again. Give me a second. Daily. So very, very basic. So this hold level here, you have this distribution candle engulfed by this one. So you can put a hold on here, and as you can see, it did not get its entry afterwards. It missed it, and it took forever to get back here, and it just hit that entry. So the idea was if they close above the hold, then it is most likely going to play out that long. So longing here, or longing just when it hit earlier, going from the entry being 189.9, so what do you know, just about 190. And then going back up to 125.65, right around about the Binance perp feed. And the other moves he talked about was 4-day, but I guess he was confusing that with a 5-day. So same idea here, just with the caveat that on some exchanges this already hit, like on Binance Perp. This hit like a charm to the penny, and it already played out. So longing basically 120 and back up to 135. That played out, but on other feeds, and I guess that's in BitGet, because that's usually what he's looking at. Yeah, so as you can see, if I put a hold level onto the 5-day on BitGet, then you can see it didn't even hit the entry yet on this candle where it did hit on Binance. So that's then always a bit like questionable. Did it play out now or did it not play out? Because this one didn't even hit the entry and it just hit the entry today. So yeah, not the greatest longs to then take for granted to, yeah, if you know it did already do on the other feed and didn't now on this one. Usually this would be a textbook long because it's like not only is very low to the lows, very near to the lows, it's like trading the backside on the front side, like explained in all the tutorials and videos. Otherwise, if you don't know what I'm talking about, check out the live stream 16, I guess, again. That's where I talked about it extensively. So this is basically a front side developing and this is backside. And the highest success rates for hold or engulfment candle trades, either long, in this case long, and in the other direction, if it's going up short, have a very good success rate if you trade the backside, like this part here, backside, on the front side, while the front side is building. So this hold here is on the backside, and you trade it on the front side to long according to the fib you can check on, yeah, as known from the wick low to the body, entry, exit, with the caveat now that this did already happen on the Binance perp feed, but it didn't on the BitGet. So yeah, has some different type of risk of taking this. Yeah, thanks for coming, CDL. No worries. We're going for 3 hours already. So let me at least pick up one question from the forum. Otherwise, would feel really bad for not reacting to those. It's already also a very basic question. I mean, no worries. I can repeat over anything every time until you guys understand it, and hopefully we get content out there for people to learn. Yeah, Pedrock, it is recorded. I mean, if I didn't fuck up anything, then it is recorded and I will upload it immediately after the stream. So yeah, thanks for coming. It was a pleasure. Also, thanks for putting also out all those questions. Looking forward for the next session. But for now, let me anyways answer from Opaque Space. So he did ask, I got a pretty basic question that might help a lot of newbies like me. Could Blue go over how to properly set up the fib levels like he used in the last live stream? I tried matching them on my chart, but couldn't quite get the same result. A quick walkthrough of his fib setup would really help many of us understand the logic behind it better. Thanks. I guess you're talking about the settings first of all. So let me start with this. Let me start with this and go with an immediate example then after. So back to Solana, because I know you guys love trading Solana for the most part. If I put the fib tool on here, fib retracement, and then double click it to get to the settings, then I have these settings. I will also post them into the chat now that people don't have to only see it in the recording. Fib retracement settings. Yeah, you're welcome. Don't chase. Bye bye. Thanks for coming. So these are the settings. I use them for all those levels, right? So from the anchors from 0 to 1, then which gives you the entry and then the exit for the regular trades. And then how do I use it? So if we are taking the hold level we were just talking about, let's say, we have one that wasn't used, so why not take this? We have a hold level here. We have a distribution candle, fully engulfed by an accumulation candle. There was no coming back to the entry yet, at least as we know. So let's scroll through it. No. So whenever price comes here, that's a technical long. Not a super huge one, but money is money. So if that's a reliable bounce, then why not? And if you're partially exiting only and leave a rest for a moon back, maybe it will also turn into much more money. So how do I draw it when I have the settings as I shared? I guess those are all default. I mean, I can share it also in the chat just to make sure. But yeah, now you know. And how do I draw in them on a candle? So if it's a bullish engulfment, so a blue candle gets engulfed by a yellow candle, distribution candle gets engulfed by accumulation candle, then you take the lower wick. Yeah, Marshmallow, you're right. I'm using reverse, and I guess others use it just normal because yeah, out of personal preference, I find it more convenient for myself to go from wick to body. But yeah, if you use the other way around, then you have to draw the other way. So let's show that. So if you use the default settings and you go from body to wick low, and then it will draw it for the entry at the 1, which is like 106.86, and exit for the long would be 109.35. That's like the very high chance, very reliable, and good money. So if you're just entry, exit, maybe it dips a bit through for refined entries. Maybe it goes much higher or a bit higher after the bounce. All possible. The highly likely trade that is given by the setup after drawing this out is as simple as entry at the 1, exit at the 1.618. This has the backing of whole chart history backtesting with a chance of over 99%. So doesn't sound too bad to then happen. But perfectly fine for partial exit and then just let the rest run and stop loss at entry. A lot of people do this and then take another partial exit here and then let a rest Moonbag run, and maybe it runs much higher. So it's not like price always only does entry, exit, and then dies again. That's not how it works. Yeah, partial take. It can be anything, marshmallow, 50%. Fair enough. That's good money. And then maybe take another 50% off that. So 25% on the 2.618, or what do you know, on the next resistance that shows into your face because the 2.618 doesn't have high success rate, great revisit rate, or whatever. Also not really backtesting, fireproof like 1 to the blue line. So yeah, you would have to be a bit more flexible in how you then approach the rest of your trade. Same as, this is body resistance, but you also have like all those wick highs. And if I add those lower prices here, yeah, it's anybody's guess. Are you waiting for 2.618 for your Moonbag, or do you take slightly more profits when it approaches all this area where it is most likely going to reject? Does that count as a 1 versus 1 though? Yeah, this here is a 1 versus 1. One distribution candle engulfed by one accumulation candle. It's just if the chart was coming here and you don't have a second accumulation candle, it has more risk to take it immediately, because that's what you get like a lot of times. Is that a good example even here? See, now I'm confused myself since I changed the settings on the Fib retracement. So I set it back to reverse, and then how I use it is, let me take it fresh, click it, go from the wick low to the body high, and for a short, that's the inverse, go from the wick high, click it. I use the magnet tool always so it snaps. So as you can see, if I hover with the mouse only nearby, it intelligently chooses the wick, and same for the body. So what I usually do is to zoom in for my mouse movement. It might be a bit fast, but when I explain it, it's easier. I just click the tool, have the magnet on, and go somewhere nearby. And for the body, because sometimes the wicks can be super tiny, so I don't even try to go somewhere here. I just go nearby the body end, and then it will immediately snap to the body, as you can see. Only when I go very far away, almost 50% of the candle, is when the snapping stops, and it would eventually snap to the upper part. So if I go very slow and then check, snaps to the body. So yeah, it goes very fast when I show it. So sorry, but eventually you get used to it. And same here. Wick low, anywhere nearby, snaps to it with the magnet, and then I go just nearby the body, and then it snaps it again. And so you have the perfect settings for how you draw the Fib. Okay. Yeah, I guess now it was only one question from the forum and thread, but we had a lot of stuff, obviously, for people having questions and so on, which is perfectly fine. But now that we are like 3 hours in, I would say that's a good length for recording. And I would give everybody or everyone a couple more minutes. If you have any questions, then I gladly answer them. Otherwise, I would wrap it up for today. Do you ever move down in time for holds? Do you mean like refined entries, Marshmallow? Yeah, yeah, I do that. 100%, yeah. So if we take that one day again on Solana, let's say, put a vertical on to be aware which one it is on the other time frames as a little trick. And then if I go to the 4-hour, yeah, so there's not a super great refined entry here out of this to get because there's no single engulfment, not even a double engulfment, 2v2, not even a 3v3, certainly not a 4v4, so not a whole lot to get out here. The refined entry could try on the 1 hour. A lot of scrolling, sorry. So yeah, you would have 2 refined entries here on the 1 hour, for example. So that's your, let me check the daily rollover. This is the last hour, this is a new day. Click, I guess. Or is that times, I think savings, how's it called? No, it was, yeah. It was about 190, okay. So that's your daily entry and the refined entry within this whole area could be this hold or even this one, which is like super greedy, which is, it's basically almost a week low. But yeah, fair enough. You even have one here. Sorry, missed that one. So that's like 3 refined entries on the 1 hour. So that would be your textbook entry with all the backtesting. But if you want to layer in or be more greedy, be more safe, whatever, according to your risk tolerance and yeah, skills and what else you see on the chart maybe. These are all 4 valid entries for this 1 day long. It will start here, and if it goes to the exit before hitting any of the lines, then they don't matter anymore for what Marshmallow was asking about. The idea is the refined entry being this original entry at pretty much 190 of that 1 day can be refined with other hold levels on lower time frames of unused hold levels. Like this one is here. It's super tiny, but it's still valid, and it happens more often than not. You have an engulfment as much as the 1 day also is one. This is a long. So you can, if the price comes down and you want to do the 1 day long, use this hold level as your earliest entry and then take it to the daily exit, which only works if this line hits before the exit hits, and that exit is again, where was this?
It was 125.
125 something, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But for the drawing, it doesn't matter really, because that's a weak low of the daily and that's open. So yeah. So if it gets to the entry and then to the exit, then the deal is done, then the long is done, and then it doesn't matter if it goes here. Then you cannot take it for the same success rate back to the entry, but to the exit. But if it goes to the entry and goes further, and we all know it's not like so perfect that price always hits the hold and then goes to the exit, and that's what price always does. More often than not, it goes to the hold and falls through and falls through. And that's where refined entries come of interest, which are these hold levels. Can technically be also break levels, but I don't want to make it like super confusing now, because then you can say, okay, I can take any level, but to have a little guidance, if you find a long that didn't activate yet and you want to have an even greater entry, then you can look for lower time frame hold levels within that time frame and then take the trade from there, because then also your risk is lower. When it goes here, the chance for it bouncing at least to the initial entry is much higher than compared to if it hits the hold to then just go to the exit immediately. Although that chance is that high, the whole chart history doesn't always mean the trade plays out immediately. It can take definitely a while. In worst cases, comes here to the entry, you hit your long, maybe falls through. Let's draw it out. So hit the entry, but then decides to fall through, falls even further, and then consolidates for a whole while, goes up and down, and then eventually, maybe it takes a couple of days. I mean, yeah, it happens. Is it likely in this case? Probably not, because it's super close to the absolute lows, which makes it an even lesser risk trade. And if you can keep making money even on tiny plays, then your total profit goes up over time. It's that simple. So yeah, if it hits this here and then goes anywhere within those two candles, a bit lower, then it's also decently likely that it will, at least for a support resistance flip, go back up here and find that exit very quick. And sometimes it only takes a couple of minutes. So that's what we don't have an influence about, when the plays play out. We only have an influence on identifying plays and understanding better when to take which ones compared to not taking others.
I got a question about hard closes, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
So it's more in relation to, like, trends and origins and break levels. So if something gets hard closed, especially on a higher time frame like the daily, for example, I mean, if you're sitting around waiting for a hard close because it looks like it's going to hard close, you could potentially miss out on like a great entry. So like, what's your decision making there? Like, do you go into a lower time frame and see what's going on before you make a decision, or do you wait for it to come back above or below that level before opening a position, or do you open a position while it's past that level and then just waiting to see if it comes back up, and if it doesn't, then closing it and taking the loss or adding to it?
Yeah, that's then exactly the advanced and expert stuff you get into the more you exercise. But usually I'm a fan of taking entries If it's a long, taking an entry below support and taking a short above resistance, because then my chance
Yep.
for this just being a deviation of what is actually meant to be real is much higher. So the chance for me getting any sort of exit is also much higher. So in other words, no, I don't always wait for the hard closure. And I would rather zoom into lower timeframes to get the confluence. And that's where I love RSI, because it gives me the extra confluence that raw candles cannot give me, because they are just a reflection of their exact moment in time for the price in their trends and whatnot. But they don't give me any idea of the current basic momentum and how much we are into a direction of the price, what it is doing now, which only does RSI for me. And as you can see, good example, very oversold here. Could go lower immediately, but if it did hit something here or around that area and match in going hand in hand to the question you had earlier, like, is it a hard close or not, why we are here? But it then does this, but we don't know yet that it does this. Then your chance of longing here, given the fact of how oversold it is, and probably also on the 15-minute then, yeah, also building bullish divergence here on the 15-minute into this double dip. The chance for getting an exit out of this is extremely high. And the issue you are asking about, okay, I needed to wait for this to not make a hard close, just as a example right now, let's say this upside didn't hard close, whatever, but then you don't have the best entry, right? Because you're already up here and doing this. So yes, absolutely. I am a fan of doing entry taking at extremes for the risk of then being wrong, because most of the time it plays out that that you get any exit of some form or the other much more often than it is not, right? So even here, same, right? It's quick deviation below the range. If you have had long here, take some minor profits on all the resistance here, and then put SL at entry nearby even only. Don't pretend that you catch the wick low. Then you already get the upside, take some profits, put SL at entry, and you don't know that it will do this. It was expectable since we expected more downside, but you don't know. You cannot really ever perfectly know. But what you know is that if you take a long below support, there's a good chance that you most of the time when you're oversold as this, also here is fairly oversold again, and I'm sure it dipped into enough of liquidity that just hitting that trade that you have a good feeling about, and then taking a partial profit, and then see how it develops, because it could have also done this, and then the hard closes you would technically wait for don't give you the sexy entry, right?
Yeah, exactly my point. I mean, for example, like the daily hold at 119 or 118.99, whatever it was, we went into that and we closed above it. So it's like if you caught that wick down to 116, you're in a long right now. To 125, I think it was. So that's what you say. Is that like if that didn't close above the hold, would have you held on to that position or closed it, or like what's the?
I guess the basic idea is that if you try to min-max it really like that, because you could already also not know that it will go here, you had to make the decision before. Have I my long pre-set up here and then it hits it and then it falls through? Will I average down a bit based on the prior refined entries I shared, which I guess one was about here or so to hit, and then take a partial exit here? I know it's not a lot, but it pays for the fees and it pays for the insurance of then just looking what will happen after. and you're also then in the better trade. And then it closed back above, and then you know, okay, I have a good chance that it will keep running. I allow myself either to put the stop loss below this, or if you have that risk profile, you just let it go and let the the chart fuck around a bit until it hits this exit. Or you just take a bit more partial profit here and decrease your risk. And if it comes back down, then you can add back because the move didn't play out. Technically, if the range develops here, which is also a favorite, and you have your base entry already here, you can partial profit here, add back, partial profit, add back, until it eventually hits those 125. The only bad thing is if it just falls out first, you know, and that's unfortunately part where there is no awesome answer. Closing back above for the daily closure helps, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't fall out first. Take all this liquidity and consolidate, and then only in a couple of days it will do this. Perfectly possible. Yeah. It improves the picture, but being
Yeah.
so tied to your
Thanks for
price
answering.
is, yeah. There are so many factors playing into it. You also have, like, on a 50-minute, you can draw trends and see if it reclaims anything. As I said, it's super oversold here. Chance of it bouncing in some form or the other was super high in the refined entry, and then taking at least a partial profit above. Now it's dying. Puts you already into the safe spot because, yeah, I mean, I repeat that, it might be boring to think about it or talk about it, but capital preservation is really, really important, and especially when you're starting out, and get experience is really the best tool for yourself, for the framework to execute it, because there are so much nuances, and I cannot give you a receipt answer to how to proceed every single time, because just looking at this and one hold level doesn't make a trade for me. I would draw out the trends, I would check the RSI, I would have the other trends. I mean, there are reasons why there are so many lines on my chart to add the confluence for what I deem reasonably important. And to justify a trade, it's not to be in every trade. It's okay, I want to take a trade that I have a high conviction with, that I will get out a profit with limited risk. And even with that mindset and approaching that, I have stop losses hit, I have losses taken. So trying to take every trade with a receipt that's just working every single time. If I knew it, and if any of us knew it, then what do you know? Then we would be like millionaires in like a very short period, because then I would just do all in on those trades every time. So you can only try to navigate your risk and capital preservation on all of these ideas, even with the backtesting of 99% truth. It doesn't claim in what time frame those plays play out. And that's where we try to educate more of how to take which trades when better, but it does not erase the general risk on the idea of the market trolling you, you know, and doing something else in between while you are waiting. Same as the 4-hour on Bitcoin just recently, or I mean, Solana did kind of the same. I mean, I shared this 4-hour algorithm yesterday, you know. So what are we looking at here? If we go back, yeah, your 4-hour engulfment, you have your entry, you have your exit. It's in alignment with the with the trend. Where is it? Yeah, exactly. So super awesome. Your trend is down, everything is down anyways. You have a short, you have a huge entry to exit difference. Absolute porn for making money, all you want. despite being oversold already, but not super oversold, so I have room here to keep shorting anyways. But then what happens? It goes like to the entry and then goes crazy beyond, dishes all of those stop losses. So you got to make a decision. Do I have a stop loss here? Do I get shaken out? Do I double down rather based on other stuff? Because eventually it will play out, and imagine then you drop the ball just because it went a lot higher than your entry. Just to see it then play out anyways. Was still very fast in comparison to other moves that sometimes take literal time to play out, but it also can put stress on you because you said, like, yeah, it's in line with the trend. It was a bit of high risk due to single engulfment. The textbook says better are two engulfment, two candles or more. So one builds the trend, one builds the trade, a second candle, same direction, gives just a bit more confluence from a backtesting point of view of how fast they play out, but nonetheless, it will play out eventually. But you don't know that this will happen immediately. It could have been perfectly grind up here and do something else in between and then come much later here. But yeah, the stress is already put on your trade and your emotions and your mentals when it's doing this, not on when it's reaching the exit. So
That's the thing that I've been getting a lot better with is like managing like stress levels when in like a position, because I mean I'm so mad at myself like when I first got into it, because I mean I'm sure a lot of you were as well. But you know, I was in Invest Answers, I was following James, watching his like daily content, being a fucking sheep, whatever it is, and trading like emotionally and with like large amounts and low leverage. I'd never like trade large amounts of capital with low leverage anymore. I just do like small capital with high lev. So like, I don't know, 20 to 40x, depending on what I'm feeling like or whatever, how I want to manage risk. And I've been much more successful doing that, and it's also a lot less stressful. So if I'm wrong, I just take the loss. So yeah.
Yeah, that's it, right? If you get your win ratio up and follow the rhythm you build for yourself and you hit, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 wins and then 1 loss, well, that's with 20 to 40x and you're in profit and your graph is up, right? And you can eat the loss and be, well, whatever. But if you trade like you said, one large thing and be like, okay, I wait weeks, months, days for this ultimate trade and then I put 3x all my money on it and then it runs against you, then okay, then you have one bet and then you lose money and then it's like, wow. So yeah, good for you. Glad you could find like a big change for yourself to make money. But yeah, I hope like one of these examples is like better of looking at this beforehand when it happens, when it locks in, then making a decision and then keep deciding, do I want to hold on to this? Because it will play out, that the statistics don't lie. It's just a matter of timing. And even I sometimes, when I see, okay, that's not the way I thought it would develop, just eat the loss and then look for trades from higher in this case. I mean, it didn't happen and I didn't do that, and I hold on to my short that I had in place anyways from 80, a bit more above than 88K, because I shorted there with the Psi range and whatnot. Anyways, just trading this one could have been like, yeah, okay, I'll just take the SL and see how it develops and then short from higher. And then the awesome thing is to know that this still exists, that you have this short. And if you short from something much higher, let's say if it's even the trend line, not the worst entry, it's swept above to take those stop losses like plenty of times before actually dying. if you just shorted the trend line for the sake of the trend line, knowing this short exists, great entry. Yeah. Why not? Then taking a minor loss, exiting your entry on lesser conviction of it going there immediately. That's then really part of, again, like unfortunately no better answer than exercise and finding your rhythm and yeah, how you want to approach your trades on the things you know about charting. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. I wish I had a receipt answer.
If you check out the daily long on Sol now, you'll see the daily level closed well, but the 4-hour level has closed under its break, and because of that big 4-hour dump candle.
Mm-hmm.
So now what you've got is you've got the 4-hour level trying to push down, even though the daily level is trying to push up, which means quite likely it'll end up going down to the 4-hour refinement inside the daily.
But the 4 I haven't had one. That's what we checked earlier. Or I didn't check lower. That would be fair enough.
Yeah, you can use the wick or the body of that base 4-hour candle.
You mean this? Or the upper one?
Upper one, about 114,
Oh? 40?
a bit higher.
This one?
Go up, left, up and to your left. Blue candle.
Blue candle.
Yeah. Body. Yeah, you've gone too far left.
This one.
Yeah.
But this is not engulfed. It's just like one candle.
Has backside engulfment, advanced hold. FVG.
Wait, what?
You just made that up, be honest.
No.
Nah, I
that's
mean
what-
there would be a different hold in this, am I right? Like maybe an hour or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, there is again. There's an hour down below.
Yeah, the 1 hour we checked.
So I'd probably
we
just
checked
go off
earlier.
that.
It does exist. But the
Yeah.
4 hour advanced engulfment.
Yeah.
3v1.
Just daily
Have-
support at 112 is
Have a look at the Bitcoin short from yesterday. And have a look at the
The daily?
15-minute one that it hit. Yeah,
Oh.
go into the daily and then refine it down to 15 minutes.
Okay.
Same type of thing. You can already see it on the left there. That one. Yeah.
Mhm.
That qualifies.
Yeah, fair enough. And okay, now I see what you mean. But it's more like the range thing rather than the real engulfment thing, right? I mean, it's part of kind of the same, but in this case,
Yeah.
it's rather the wick thing from the range being created here, right? Of the engulfment.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Fair enough.
So now that we've hit, or now that we've closed under the 4-hour break level on Sol, and you've got 24 hours for this thing to do whatever the heck it wants before it really matters whether it's a bubble below the daily break again, the daily hold again, it's quite likely it'll just dig down deeper into that hold.
This is another break level below that one though on the 4 hour. Doesn't that offer some sort of support?
It might do if it doesn't touch it in the next 4 hours.
I mean, it's like on it right now.
Yeah, so if it's already touched it, it can't make it into an origin. So if it hung around up higher for a while, made it into an origin by closing a 4-hour candle and not touching it, then yes, it would potentially just hit that level and then bounce out of the daily hold to head off to the upside. But if it goes
It's pretty
instantly
close.
down,
Yeah.
if it goes instantly down and just hits the break level and just keeps tapping the break level with 4-hour candles, then it doesn't make it into support.
Yeah, because you need at least 2 candles going up, right? Or the other way to make it.
You don't really need it. You need one not to get to it. So you need one to touch it and one not to touch it. Is pretty much the bare minimum that you need. But yeah, it just looks like it's closed over the daily level, but found a way to still reject down if it wants to. Everything is very bearish.
Very, very
It is.
bearish.
Very bearish.
I mean, they even failed to close back inside the range. Little tap and bye-bye. Ciao.
Mm.
At least for
Well, I've
now.
got a weekly uptrend set from $17 with Solana. I'm probably gonna trade on that if it ever hits, but probably will.
$17 on Solana.
That's where I've started the uptrend from. Yeah, on the weekly.
This one here.
Yep, right there. Yep, that's it.
Ah, what do you know? It would meet exactly here on the prior low.
Uh-huh. The weekly support. Wait, was it a monthly support? Yeah, it's monthly support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It should get a bounce, right? Should.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Exactly.
You got a range trend on the monthly as well. There's the top of those two yellow candles. No.
No.
Back one more yellow. One of those pivot points is correct, but it's the further one back, and then that one. Yeah, that's it. So that's broken and not tested. The price will be hitting back there at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it will also go much lower. So I'm not too worried about what it will hit in these areas. Or the bull run reignites exactly here. Who knows? Who really knows?
Mate, what about the yearly short target of 4,200 for Bitcoin?
For 40,100? Or what? For the
4,200
4,200. Okay. Yeah.
yearly
Hey,
short target. It's a 1v1 though. Yeah, I don't know if it. Yeah.
hey, if Nakamoto wallet comes back on and MicroStrategy implodes, I see 4,000 then, yeah.
What happens if they revalue all of the gold? How does that affect the value of the dollar? Then how does
Revalue
that
the
affect the
gold
value?
means what?
Yeah. Like let's say they take all the gold in Fort Knox and they revalue it. Instead of being $50 or whatever, it becomes an ounce. It becomes like 4,000. So suddenly they've got $100 trillion backing the US dollar. The value of the dollar versus a risk asset of limited supply would push the price of the risk asset down, wouldn't it? Because you wouldn't need as many of those new inflated valuable dollars to buy the risk asset.
But how can they
In
just
other words,
revalue it and
in
just
a,
declare it?
Wouldn't
Nobody
that
They can do
force the
whatever the hell
price up
they
though? Because there's more money.
they can just do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if nobody buys it, then they can do whatever
Yep.
they want. Yeah, that's true.
More
So what does my
printing.
monthly chart say here? Not looking good. I mean,
No, I
same
think
old story again. To a prior question, RSI hates this, and we have 13 days to change it all. I know, but that's momentum front running price. So if it closes anyhow similar, Even if it's 120, I don't give a fuck. Then it will be slightly here. Yeah, that's the highest time frame death as high a time frame as it can get on a. I mean, you can do 2 months, 3 months, whatever, but from trend perspective and so on, momentum loss, textbook death, teasing upfront. Doesn't mean can't bounce, but not great if closing anything like this. So, Santa Rally, where are you?
When was the last time we had a Santa rally? Was it the last cycle? Or sorry, the start of the Trump administration?
Not really. I mean, it did go up a bit, but then Powell was speaking on the 26th or so, and then it dumped when he said "Good afternoon," which created this fabulous
Yeah.
meme of him talking, and then everything went down to shit. So an actual Santa rally happened. Chip, 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 chip.
2020? 2021. I don't know.
So you have had it a bit up front, but not really, because it stopped at the 17th of December. That's when he was talking, I guess, and said there will be no red cuts.
I'm just trying to think if there's like something similar that's happened in the past where like, it looks like we've been going down, then next minute Santa rally.
I can tell you exactly what could trigger it. There's a couple of high time frame moves that will close possibly towards the end of the year that could easily kick it back up again, but probably only do about 160. It's not.
Yeah.
They're already basically in play now. They're just, like I say, very, very deep. Just like 250, what was it? 253 was the daily refined level inside the 30-something day short to 123. It just has to go all the way up to 2. Doesn't have to, but it's likely to go all the way up to 253 before it rolls over and comes down to 123. We've got exactly the same stuff in reverse, which says it has to come all the way down and hit that low 100 area to make it to the refined levels to go up. And I don't think it's the daily that we've just hit, because I think if you work it properly, it ends up skipping the daily because there's a 2-day that's a lower price than the 1-day. So if you're rolling it down correctly, there's a 2-day at a lower price than the current 1-day that we're in. So in theory, this bounce shouldn't be the bounce.
It's at what, 105, 106.
Yeah. So if you've got a daily, so in other words, just do this: put a line on that 2-day, like on the entry of the candle. Yep. And now flip to the 1-day. Is the 1-day forward of and lower price, or is it forward of and higher price?
There's two different holds there.
Yeah. So the first one, the one that we're looking at now for a bounce, is forward of and higher. So you can't go down in time frames, up in price, and forward in time. You can go down in time frames, and so you go down in time frames, forward in time, down in price.
Yeah.
In which case, it shouldn't really be the hold that we've hit now. This because you'd have to find it. You'd have to find the daily lower and ahead of the 2-day.
What if we just hit the break level or origin?
It's not an origin because it had that blue candle close under it.
Mm-hmm.
What you could hit is the reverse level, which is the hold level that got inverted at the bottom of the range.
But is it
Also
not? Why is
happens.
it relevant after? That's always what's confusing about origins and breaks. So is it still a break level to respect? Because it was respected then after?
Well, it can't be an origin level because it was hard closed by that blue candle.
But it's still
It's just a break level.
Yeah, okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
it's a break level. It broke and then it got recovered.
Okay.
The origin level would be further across to the left. You have to scroll back to the prior range. There it is. It will be something in there.
Monthly origin at 120. And I literally think that's the last one. There's a weekly origin at 100.
Is there something down around 92? It'll be all the way over to the left. Is there anything around 92?
It doesn't quite touch that. I think the lowest we went was 95, unless it's much lower time frame.
That's it. 94. In range tested 94.
94. This?
Yeah, unless it's something. No, it looks like it. Yeah, it won't be that because that got closed under. Did we get to 94.12? Or did it not quite hit that?
Sorry, say it again.
Did the price then in the future hit 94.12?
No, only 95 something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's not that.
Monthly, weekly supported.
So is it on the weekly?
Monthly, I think, as well.
Yeah, that's where having more chart history on the perps would be awesome, but it is
Weekly hold. So it definitely hit the weekly hold, didn't it?
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah.
Bang.
Yeah. So it's just a weekly hold, which then created the weekly hold, which created the weekly range, so it's a weekly move, not a daily move. Which means the origin level will be further back because that's just laddering. So you can't go back far enough. But the origin has to be before the ladder point. So that's the ladder point. So if you're making a hold level and you're laddering off a hold level, then it's just a ladder point, but the range was created prior to that.
Uh-huh. But yeah, like I said, there's a weekly origin at 100, so I don't know if that is what you meant.
And you mean somewhere here?
Maybe.
No.
That the range was created?
No.
Because I don't see
To the right.
information
Go up.
until
Right.
this. And
It's like where the hold is, not the range that the hold's on, but the next range after it.
Ah, so this one. Okay.
Yeah, well, there's definitely ones in there. 120.2. Sorry, 120.4. Was one of them. There's heaps of them.
It doesn't count as an origin? I thought it did count as an origin. So we've got the hold right now. Not that range that it's on, but the next range, the bottom of that accumulation, isn't that an origin level?
This one.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is now, yeah.
This one not anymore because it got hard closed here and here, even here.
So that's created that hold. And then another one candle later, that hold turned into a range. So you could fib that hold. So take a fib and put it on the wick to the body and I go across to the right. I mean, yes, that's a range too, but
I didn't mean this one. This one. No.
the bigger one after the origin gets created.
The orange gets created here.
Nah, that's a break level. The origin's created when that range is created on the left hand.
Yeah. So you mean this one?
Oh, sorry, right hand. Right hand.
One more. Okay.
Nah,
No,
not over there.
but
I mean that is something too, but that's not
this
a.
wasn't good. So this one.
Go to the blue candle. Keep scrolling to the right.
Yeah.
Keep going right. I'll say when. When. There. Put a fib on that blue candle.
This one here.
No. Down. Left.
This
That one.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
But
So
how's the range
here's what
created here when
here's what's happened. Get rid of everything but the lowest horizontal line. Okay. So you have a break level at 95.995. Or was it a hold level? Break level or hold level at 95?
this here? Hold
Was a
level.
hold.
Hold level. Okay, so
Pretty close to a break there.
bring it up to the break level at about 100, which is slightly to the right of it. That one, yep. Okay, so that's your origin level, which engulfed the candle. The next candle engulfed the wick. That created the start of the range. And then the range tries to push up from there. How high did it go?
Yeah,
3?
exactly to the
253, right? Yeah.
4.
Which was the
There you
weekly
go.
origin.
Boom, tap, job done. So that origin created that engulfment. The next week confirms it as an origin. So the thing about the origins that create ranges is you don't actually know that they are an origin until it's already had
too
a couple
late.
of candles. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so now, if you lose that hold, which is pretty much what we're doing now, then we should test that origin, which is why going to $100 or lower makes perfect sense because you're losing the weekly hold.
You mean this weekly hold is lost or what? Because it's down here.
Yes,
It's
not technically lost yet, but if this weekly candle closes inside of that hold, then it's pretty obvious that it'll have a pushback up to the top of the hold and then probably reject and then come down.
but
Hard
then
closed the
would
daily
also
today,
align
I
with the
think, too.
daily completion, right? Because
So the daily completion might be targeting the top of the weekly body. Let's see if that's the case.
Yeah,
It's
a bit
pretty
more.
close. Yeah, so the daily. Well, actually, it's the resistance from that weekly candle there, isn't it? That's wicking down. So, so the daily move may take several days to play out, and when it does play out, thanks to good old things like the 4-hour resistance, which is going to try and push it down anyway. And when it does play out, it might be too late. You might be inside the weekly hold. It might hit its target. Everyone thinks happy joy, but actually you've just hit the resistance at the top side of the weekly, and then you reject, and then you come down to 100 or lower. Bearish. Very, very bearish.
Does get boring.
So it's got like 3 days to get out of that hole, basically.
Let's convert this. Okay, what do we got here? Yeah, I mean we know about
A.
we'll go to 80s and everything and 70s.
You should put level 3 on there. They don't always go to 4. Sometimes they reject at 3 and go back to the 2, and then
Is it here? This one?
3.618.
3.618. I don't even have it.
Hey, you got to type it in.
There. Yeah. 3.6.
Nothing good is ever included by default.
3.618. Not 1. 6.18.
6.18.
6.18. Yeah. Okay. I need a color. This one.
The green.
Nah.
Mhm.
Already green. This one. Nasty.
Yeah.
Dark green. Yeah. Better.
Oh, look at
Black
look.
and the lowest opacity.
Look what it does.
look at what we're hitting now.
Aha. And it's also the 200 weekly moving average, so a bounce here is totally legit, but what do I know? It's very, very bearish.
Very bearish.
Like, oh my god, get all this support. And monthly is also nearby. 110. Okay. Algos love those CMAs, but one day I will find a way without them. Not so much yet.
Yeah, 109 is a key support. It's an origin level on some time frame. So yeah, you get a good daily close, but ram the candle under the 4 hour anyway. The 4 hour is going to push down into the daily hold most likely. If it can't get out of the daily hold in time, the daily hold becomes resistance. The target of the daily hold, even if it does play out, is still within the weekly hold. It's pretty much set up to fail.
Yeah, can happen, you know. It's like, how much resistance do you need facing all this support, just even short time frame? How many rapid sweeps before really falling out? Like, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Do you need? So
and all of those
waiting
wicks,
ages for it.
all of those wicks to the
And then when it
upside are
does,
just short squeezes. They're just taking out some of the local shorts, ones that are close enough, and then heading on down again. So it's pretty classic bear market. If you saw that happening the other way, that'd be a bull market. They'd be taking out the chasing longs and then going up.
wow, look how bullish this is. It's a breakout.
That's what bull markets look like.
Look at this. Higher lows.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yep. Sweep and up, sweep and up, sweep and up. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Chart's the wrong way.
Takes as many longs out as possible before blowing higher.
Yep.
Sad. For some.
That's right. At the 135 week mark, we'll just start.
What?
We'll just
135 week? That doesn't
135 weeks from halving. That's about when it should.
When
roughly
all your
bottom.
money is halved, or what?
Yeah. And we'll just start DCAing. And then and every time you make money on a trade, you just convert it to Bitcoin, and then you throw it in as mixed asset margin, and then it goes up as the price goes up. And
that's the spirit.
then
Yeah.
when we get to the halving, everyone's like yippee-ki-yay, and then we get 40 weeks after that, and we start converting it all back to USDT again, and we'll just rinse and repeat, eh?
That's the textbook. And I didn't see big money doing any different this time. I mean, we memed about the 6th of October is the calculated top day, and I know perfectly, like it was yesterday, we were chatting. Imagine how it would be like if it's true, but just pretend that it's true, and then look at it now. It's exactly the date when it topped. It's so crazy.
Yep.
Simulation max level. It was the 6th of
Matrix.
October, right? Yeah. Too hilarious. They can't get away with it. With making all this money.
Oh, I think the highest we've triggered recently is just that 4-day or 5-day.
5-day.
Yeah, so the 5-day's already played out on exchanges, but the 4-day hasn't, and they're both kind of the same. But the 4-day entry was a little different, I think. So hopefully you'll get the move to 125 and maybe a move to 135, and then probably sweep it up. Take all the shorts.
Sorry, where's the 40 here? Is that some
You
advanced
can't.
thing again?
Short.
Like this, or
Yeah, you can't.
exchange?
Front side.
Can't see it there.
Oh, the man and his fancy charts. Sneaky.
They
Nah, it's
closed
cheating.
that. They closed that candle on 2 different days.
So if I put like a daily and just draw a big box of engulfing and puzzle
Yeah,
around, then I will find it.
you will actually find it. I was looking at one of the BitGet charts. So it was like a 5-day BitGet chart, and I looked at the open date of a 5-day candle, and then 2 days later was the close date. I went, "Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me! How can you do that?" It's the kind of thing you expect to happen at the end of a year, but it just happened in the middle of it. So, all right.
So 1 day, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I just gotta see
Find the
which one
open.
it is. Check.
Then you find the open of the 4th.
Check. This one.
Yeah, it could be it.
It's like the entry would be 120.
Yeah, that's about right. 120.2 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Haha. Got it.
Little hidden thing in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like doing these on some ranges to see hidden shorts and longs when I just look at it and feel like there's more going on than all my time frames are revealing, but I cannot determine yet. Is it at 135 minute or at, I don't know, 260 minutes? So I go to the 10 minute or whatever and then play with these boxes and then see, okay, there's a very fat ass for a 220-minute trade.
So I guess the thought process is if there's a 4-day move you don't know is happening, a 5-day move that should be happening, but the 5-day candles are the 5-day candle actually has already completed its minimum move. If you look at when the exchange closed it, it's actually happened back on. Let's see. So the 5-day long happened on the 22nd of November and completed on the 2nd of December. So it looks like it did it on the Binance chart. Didn't do it.
Did it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so candle. If you look, sorry, I should say look between the 22nd of November and the 7th of December. In that box there, you'll see it kind of went in and out of that hold.
Wait a second. Why is it not hit anymore? Why am I looking at the wrong one? Ah, it was a
Wrong time.
5 day. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you
So there
say?
you go. So that 5-day move.
It did hit on the 21st. Yeah.
Yep. And then it went up and hit the target sort of start of December. And if you go back to the 5-day and have a look at the short.
This one?
Yeah. Is that completed?
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Cool.
today.
So that's done. So there
Do you
shouldn't be anything else pending on that.
Do you think maybe that's why Cotton Candy says that the hold levels between the top of the body and the wick of a candle? Or the front side, I should say.
I didn't
As
watch
in
it yet. Sorry.
As in, can it reject off the wick?
Yeah, like I've seen it happen a few times.
Yeah.
I think I've brought it up before in chat, but I mean, when I was first like watching Cotton, when you told me about him, that's one of the things that he says in his video is it can be anywhere from the top of the wick to the top of the body of the candle.
Yeah, or the other way around. Yeah, it can be. You can just reject off wicks, then go back and reject off bodies, and then go back and reject off refined areas inside the body.
Yeah.
Sometimes the refined areas are actually in the blue candle or yellow candle that precedes the whole candle as well. That's when it's like really bearish. That's when you tend to see stuff rejecting off wicks.
I'm guessing that you guys were trading like this during the last bear market too, right?
Yeah.
Like during the lows, like what's trading at that level like? Is it better or is it
at the bottom of the bear market? It's just an equal amount of longs and shorts really, because they're just accumulating. They're just going up and down,
Yep.
up and down, up and down. When you're heading towards the bottom, it's just all shorts for obvious reasons. With there are rallies and longs, but you're seeing it now. Like what you're seeing now is kind of typical. We're on the way to the bottom behavior where it will just stuff around, do hardly anything for a long period of time, and then there'll be a really quick over and done move to the upside, and then a quick dump, and then it'll stuff around for a whole heap of time, and then rinse and repeat.
Say very, very bearish for me again. Look at this, the weekly time frame from all the bear market, absolute bottom low trend. Lose it, retest it, buy.
Yeah, the thing I'm struggling with is the deviation of support levels on the totals. There's got to be there'll be some big collapse this bear market of some ecosystem. There's got to be, because you can't have support levels on something like Sol at one level, but then the total market being considerably lower. So yeah, it'd be Luna 2.0 or something.
Yeah.
What do you talk about? Luna was different. What do you mean? The stable coin was like rigged hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would it be this time?
Best
World Liberty Finance. World Liberty Finance. Trump loses the election. Everything they have goes to zero.
Best was, I mean, he gave a lot of warnings. I want to give him that. But again, that James video with Terra Luna and stablecoin, infinite money glitch of potential targets of 8,000 of Luna, and then like a week later or whatever, it collapsed. It was then zero.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
I think I lost about $5,000 off Luna.
Yeah, or 5. But something absurd anyways, right? Sorry. Yeah.
Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Oh well, they're probably just going to be baking cake now. I can't see it getting back up over that 4-hour break level without a trend. And the trend's up higher, so it's probably going to have to at least be down for 4 hours.
Yeah, I do want to emphasize the very simple, but understandably 2 week, also 50 MA. Okay, chart history is not super long. Maybe we get a better one here. Yeah. So 2 days, 23 hours to go. A lot can happen. And they love pumping on the weekend to create a CMA gap below. But if this closes already below, that's very, very bearish.
Very, very, very bearish. It's got a down facing range trend too.
What I'm trying to say is historically proven 100%. If closing below, then there's also not really coming back, So all those 95, 96, 97 sweeps we are looking for might not even happen, I mean, 2 days to go, as I said.
What's the if you run a range trend from the bottom of the tiny little hold that you've got across to the candle that closed into it? Next one. You haven't used that.
This one?
Hold there, that one. Yeah, that one. Yep. So run that from the wick on the bottom to the wick of the candle that entered it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's what it's going to want to go to. So if it closes down and creates that hold level, then the hold level will want to wick down and test that range trend.
Yeah, all of the same machinery, right? I know you don't need those. Those things still help me, especially with backtesting historic things to get confluence. But if it closes down here, but below it goes here, then then there will not be more than the fucking retest of this shit here before going lower, most likely. So yeah. Now, just what I said earlier in the stream when we were talking about general outlooks and things of the market, when you didn't join yet, it was just like that I know so many people and read about it too much who had like longs here, obviously, infinite upside, right? And they averaged down in the 80s, and most of the people are down to an average of 100K. So obviously the sentiment and overall ideas, hey, we will get that 100K anyways, in bracket, because I'm biased to my own exit, quote unquote. But I guess there's a realistic chance to not even see it, to be absolutely honest. Or it fucks around for many, many more weeks and consolidates to consolidate, distributes. Here goes a little bit up after enough shorts are to really, okay, do that 96, 97, 98, whatever, and then fucks over. Okay. But if it doesn't do it, wouldn't really surprise me. Should I act surprised if it doesn't do it? Probably not.
I think the candle that just try to bring it up. Got this thing. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. So So it's the exchange-based 176-day move that can go back to 64.
So what I'm trying to saying is, while you're looking,
March
Is-
next year.
March next year. Is
The
what?
damn thing doesn't close till March next year.
Which one?
The candle. So it's a while away. So it could be literally next year before you see any kind of relief rally, if they really want to drag it out.
Which candle? Sorry.
Oh, the 176. There's a big 176 hold which is pointing to the upside. Yes, kind of the opposite of that.
This one.
Yeah.
It didn't.
So nope.
Didn't complete yet.
No, and so the exchange doesn't have that as closing until March of next year.
Okay. Because on TradingView, for us noobs, it did complete. But yeah, okay, keep going.
Yep.
So on the exchange, it was created later
Yeah.
or earlier, or what are you
Yeah.
trying to say?
So yeah, it was created.
Probably
It's actually
later.
lower down too. It was created later, and it was created from a price point of. So the engulfment was at 143, way further down. So you can imagine it's like on TradingView, it was this failed long, or it's this long that just was up really, really high in price. But the way they see it is they see it doesn't even start till the price goes below 143.
Below 133 in days.
So
what do you mean?
So the exact trigger for it was 143. So if you just go back to the daily and just put a horizontal line on 143.966, and there'll be a massive bounce off it when it hit it. Just go. Oh, sorry, I'm talking Sol, by the way.
Ah.
Yeah. So go to Sol and look for a really big bounce from 143.966.
Yeah, it's kind of here, right? 141.
That's it. Yeah. So that was the level. But the candle actually technically hasn't closed.
Okay.
Something really weird. Actually, that's kind of weird, eh? It's like it played out on October 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can follow you, sorry. Probably because I don't see exchange candles.
Oh shit, that's quite funny. Pity we didn't know this in September.
Yo, I guess I will at least stop the streaming for now because it's like 4.5 hours. Or stop the recording to get like not a super crazy long upload in. You can keep theory crafting for sure, but anyways, so far, thanks for everybody who was attending and asking all those questions. Looking forward to more. I guess there's some understanding that there will be no live stream on the 25th of December, being with Christmas and
Was
everything. What?
Christmas.
Yeah.
What if we get the Santa rally on Christmas Day?
If we get this crazy rally, I will check in after I come back home drunk from the family meetup. And I will jump on the stream and say, yo, what's up? Anyways, thanks.